Ja,
That's fireballing LT. Oh. Wanky bum bum tit tit wank. What?
What?
Bless you.
What are we?
Hi,
What are we
everybody.
yapping about?
I don't know.
It's Wednesday, my dudes.
It is.
And you know what that means. It says it up there. Terrafae. Kerecekian Duty. A D&D 5e homebrew campaign.
The
Prepared, written, planned and run by me. It's your boy,
Lies?
Big Pitch. Lies. And associates.
Obviously run by an entity that's inhabiting you for a couple hours every Wednesday.
Yeah, there's approximately 5,000 different brains going on. And I control them all.
Oh, he is Legion. But he is many.
Or he
The,
is many.
the best one is still Val.
Terra.
Oh, I miss that bastard.
What do you mean he's in danger? He's got the fucking beach bar.
He's got a beach bar.
I will find myself an onsen lady.
Going to
I
get
miss that
myself an onsen lady. Tap on the ass. Going to do some journaling. Good night. Dragon puppy lady. Right, get that recap going.
Right, so Zoran got kidnapped by house pursuer.
Willingly.
Yeah,
Wow.
probably, I guess.
You're
Sort of,
charmed.
yeah. He was charmed, and then nabbed by, I think Peraz was his name?
Piraz, yeah, Piraz.
Peraz. And we
Piraz.
thought he was going to get him drunk, but he was actually feeding him poison.
Tee-hee.
Poison shots while we were all
Tee-hee.
cheering on to Chug. Chug, chug, chug.
Do you want to play a drinking game? Yeah, I like drinking games. Have some poison. Yeah.
Out of character, we were cheering him on to Chug. In character, we were very concerned. And the two of us were very angry. Especially when we found the imposter. The, I believe, the brother of Peraz, whose name we didn't find out. But, he disguised as Azura. Jin found out because,
He's insightful.
well, he's an insightful bastard.
Something
And,
didn't seem right.
I
and
would have
the-
got away with it too if it wasn't for them
Fake-
damn Redskins.
And fake Azura got the question wrong about who the blade belonged to that he now carried.
On a technicality.
We ended up going to Magda and asking her what the fuck was going on in the city that was so important because now our friend had been taken away. She said that it has something to do with the guilds and Ulysses wanting to establish new leadership for the guild in Dragyun. So he has asked each of the houses to come up with a representative and they would decide who lead the new guild house instead of it being publicly run like it was before. While all that was going on, Azura chugged shots of poison and held out for a surprisingly long time. Good constitution saving throws. And had some questions answered. In a zone of truth that was, frankly, pretty useless. Because unless you're the one who casts the zone of truth, you wouldn't know if someone was lying or not. Marvel. Hello, Marvel Cup. And, he found out some things about... I think you asked about the guild, and... we found out that the poison and the poison darts was actually from Haraz himself. Or from their house, at least. Because he kept wiping his mouth and chugging his purple poison everywhere, and it sizzled whenever it hit the surface. So, ouch. Must be slightly acidic as well. Yeah, he didn't really find out too much. That was helpful. At some point, Peraz was done with answering questions, sort of, after he maybe said a little bit too much. And Azura was also done because his throat was starting to hurt from drinking so much poison. Diluted, but still. And Paras let him go.
Let him go. Let him go.
Which was in the northeast
East.
of the city, where also the churches are, where the other three had gone, knowing that they couldn't find Azura at the time, and would just have to trust that they would let him go, as they said. In the church, we found out with Marianne, Magda's daughter, a cleric of Kerechek, that Chosen Card is still alive, barely, wandering the desert
Barely.
with one arm and seemingly getting weaker. Well, logically he would be. But, yes, Big Papa is still alive. We then found out, or Marianne, rather, offered to find Azura for us. And was a bit, well, taken aback, I guess. But he was literally just outside the door.
Politely frustrated at burning a 4th level. He's outside. Did you just not bring him in?
Forget about it.
Like, it's
Jin immediately
confusion.
rushed. Yeah, Jin immediately rushed out to get him inside and ask him what the fuck just happened. But Azura didn't want to elaborate at the time. And we stayed in the church for a bit longer, having conversation, and then it started raining. As it seems a storm is coming. So I think we ended on
Yeah, I think that was pretty much
rain
it.
pattering against the roof and on the hot floor outside.
Indeed. A warm weather meets with a wet rain. Formulated in the mountains with the inbuilt volcanic areas. The temperatures coagulate at the top of the cliffs, and it has to break sometime. Even in the hottest of climates, it's not sunny every day. But as the rain comes down and you all sit comfortably in the churches, a few other patrons you hear rushing outside. Who is outside at the minute? Is it still the two chaps? I think everyone kind of met up. Apart from Scath, who went to the Avia church.
I don't think we left the church yet.
I think it's still
I think
all
we're
in
all
there.
right too.
Yeah, them
Didn't
three
you
are
want
still
to do
in
your-
there.
Didn't you want to commune, Sophia, or did you already do that? I can't remember.
I did want to, but we didn't
Cut
last
short.
session. Well, it was a shorter session, but still fine.
So you can hear that there is like just quiet pitter-patter of footsteps as people are obviously trying to avoid the rain.
Why?
Not everyone likes being wet in the middle of the day when it's unexpected.
In warm Kerecekian weather? Fuck yeah.
A couple of people come jogging inside, wearing simple robes. One of them is wearing leathered armours. But they kind of give polite nods of acknowledgement, but then go over to one corner. You get the vibe they're more just trying to get out the sudden rain briefly. It's not particularly heavy just yet, but it doesn't take a nature check, especially for Zafira, to tell that it's likely going to get worse before it gets better. It's not just a passing shower. It's likely a storm is coming.
Rain.
Where'd you leave the lizard, by the way? When you went outside to get Azura, was he still around?
I think he went to.
Please don't tell me we lost the lizard.
I think he went to the Shrine of Avia.
Well, that would have been my next assumption. First assumption would be that he got lost, or, you know,
The shrine.
ran away. So, what happened to you? And I'll turn to Azura.
Well, I just came in through the gates of the city and just saw this guy seem quite friendly and asked me to just go for a walk. And next thing I know, I'm stepped through a door and I'm in this cave network.
Caves.
Yeah.
Okay.
Quite strange. It was like, I wouldn't say they were natural form, but dug out of like sandstone, and it was like natural water coming through certain gaps in the walls. It was quite nice, actually. A lot cooler. But yeah, we went and he said I could ask questions, and he would answer honestly.
Who? Exactly?
Well, oh god, it was like a member of House Pursuer.
Jin, you notice as Azura mentions the name, Marianne looks over, like tries to keep it subtle, and then makes her way a bit closer and sits on the opposite side front pew. Just seems to be keeping to herself. Hands together, looking up at the statue.
I will lean in, and if you want me to roll stealth for this to keep it hush hush.
Yeah, if you are actively keeping hush, give me a stealth.
Yeah. Yeah, this will be a dirty 20.
Cool.
We might want to discuss this elsewhere. We have eyes listening in, eyes and ears listening in. And I'll sort of gently nod towards Aaron.
Yeah, it's probably a better idea. Thing is, though, where do we know that's not got eyes or ears, watching or listening? Now,
Sure, we're going to get anywhere in this rain. Well, if we try, we should probably hurry. It'll only get worse.
well, that's probably a good idea. Is there anything you need to do while you're here, though, before we go?
Why don't you two go ahead and get Scath, and I'll join you outside.
Okay.
Go on, big guy. It's gonna get wet.
Again.
Wet again.
Step back outside. Yeah, that was a strange experience, though.
Glad you're okay, big guy. I was about ready to, well. I don't think I would have been welcome in this city anymore if I would have been done.
If awake at all. But yeah, thank you. But I was okay.
I've quite had it with all the political scheming in this city. It is testing my patience.
It is becoming a little frustrating, but what just happened has given me answers and more questions that I think I need to ask.
Yeah. The problem is, big guy, the next time, the next person. It seems to be normal in this city, so the next person might not have such, well, I wouldn't say harmless intentions.
Well, next person I need to go and speak to, I have to go back to Octavian. Because has got answers for me, he will give me those answers. Because I'm done with all of this bullshit.
Yeah, at least we know a few things now.
Mm. Yes,
What did this guy tell you about? Did he let anything know about the events in a couple days?
Same as what we've heard. It's to talks about who is going to be running the guild, and
Yeah,
it's
same
going to be
here.
one person.
That's what I'm guessing. From what I understand, before it was always an external person, but now potentially someone from the city.
Yeah, really. Well,
If it's gonna
from what I,
happen, I don't think we're gonna be wanting to stay in the city for much longer, depending on how involved you want to get.
depends on what questions he decides to answer, because I have a few more that I need to ask him, and it could provide insight on a number of things. And he still wants to see me tonight.
What I would ask him is he obviously needs you specifically for a reason. One house is bringing a diplomat, and Petuvian asks a warrior, former guard, marshal. I wonder what his aim is.
It's I think what he wants is the potential station I hold, not my military physical background.
Yeah.
He thinks that my potential as his prince might hold weight to his claim to this running of the guild. That's why he wants me on side.
From the northwest, outside of the city, there is a very brief, bright flash. Jin, give me a perception check.
Certainly. It is a 19.
19. Give me a nature check.
Ooh, I'm awesome at those. 17.
17. You're talking to Azora, kind of not paying huge attention, but it's hard to miss when lightning flashes. And you kind of instinctually wait a couple of seconds, waiting for the follow-up thunder, knowing that the thunder follows the lightning. There doesn't seem to be a rumble.
That's odd. No rumble. Just a flash.
I mean,
It's not that far away.
how far did it look to you?
Like it would have rumbled by now.
That's strange.
If you want to give me... It'll be at disadvantage while you're thinking about it. Either insight or nature again.
I will choose insight.
Weatherman check.
Because that is a +3 in nature, surely a +1.
Disadvantage still.
This and 16 on the dice, 19.
19. Because of that roll, I'll give you a history check.
That's better. This or normal?
Normal. The disad insight was to determine whether you can recall something. Briefly.
That'll be a total of a 21.
A 21, my history. Whilst rare that it is, Kerecekian weather is usually hot and warm. And even in rainy moments, rare as they are, full thunderstorms are even rarer. Rare. But even a simple man would know that lightning strikes from the clouds and is shortly followed by thunder. But there's just some part of you that swears uncertainty whether that lightning bolt came down or went up. Just a flash of uncertainty.
Need to find the lizard. And then, no matter what, we're going to disturb Severa.
Why?
What is her dragon breath, big guy?
Oh,
There is no rumble.
okay.
And she's been worried for a little bit since she's been here.
Another flash further north. You both pay attention this time, holding your breath. A couple of seconds later, there is a thunderous rumble to follow it up.
If we noticed the flash, could we see a bolt of lightning?
Difficult. If you're paying I mean, I suppose you're paying attention to that direction
we're
now,
okay.
yeah. You would have seen the second bolt came down a few seconds later, as expected, the rumble of thunder.
Confused now.
Let's go find the lizard. I'll
Want me
start
to go
walking
and find
towards.
Scath and you go for Zephyra?
Give Severe at least a couple minutes.
Okay.
That won't do any harm. I'll start walking towards the shrine or temple of Avia.
As you're walking off, you're like, Jin,
Yeah.
do you want me to stay and watch for any more?
Don't think we'll need to.
Okay. Yeah, join up with them and walk to find Scath.
We'll enter the building respectfully, slowly, silently.
What's Scath doing?
Nothing. He's not there. No. What's Gaff's been in the shrine of Avia? Obviously, he asked if anyone could teleport to get the book. Obviously, to his sister, they've said no. So what he'll do is he'll go to furthest away from people and he'll just speak quietly, like talking to Avia. Not really expecting a reply or out, but it's just saying along the lines of Gaff's head is feeling clouded. He's too quick to judge and anger at the moment when it comes to his friends, and he's making rash decisions that goes against Avia's teachings. And he'll just that's what all Scaff will be doing is just speaking, just trying to get his head clear, thinking when he's obviously with a group, when things happen, his head's just not there. It's like with Ajira, he was too quick to violence, even though Avia's blessings is life. Same with every other aspect when it's come to his sisters, he's just too quick to jump. That's not who he wants to be. It's not the teachings of Avia.
Okay.
He's not saying it too quietly. It's like he's not whispering it, but he's not trying to say it too loud. But Paige, you muted.
Oh no!
Hello.
Yeah, there you
There
go.
we go.
There you go. Yeah.
Fucking microphone. You sit in the corner, deep in thought, contemplation, and self-reflection, and whilst you do not get any reply, for it is unfortunately not so easy as to just open conversational talks with your god. But you do feel a very subtle warmth as you're focusing on your holy symbol. Whether that means that you're channeling your belief and your faith is growing, whether it means Avia is listening. Whilst you're in this contemplative moment, there's at least some semblance of recognition or acknowledgement or something to go off at least.
But that's all Scaff will do, and he'll just be there and just reflecting more than out.
Before the boys arrive, and whilst you've got a couple of minutes to yourself, Zephyra, what were you trying to do?
I will sit in a pew, not like directly all the way at the front. Not too far away from the statue. And
You
I'll
see, shortly after Jin and Azura get up and leave, Marianne fakes a "I've finished my prayer" surprisingly quickly.
Oh man!
Oh no!
Dang!
Oh no!
Oh no! Tucks a tuft of her relatively thin black hair behind her ear and goes back up towards the shrine itself.
Sort of lay my hands over my holy symbol, and I'll just close my eyes and quietly, as I have done, I don't usually speak them out loud. It's more just in my head.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll just Kerechek, I've been wondering if I'm on the right path and if I'm doing this right. Sometimes I can't help but feel that maybe I'm doing something wrong. Or maybe that I've lost my mission. I'm not sure. I worry. I really do. And I try the best I can. But I'm not sure if it's enough. And I'll just sort of let that linger for a while.
You sit, similar to Scath, deep in contemplation. Give me a religion check.
Come on, dice. 17.
17. Give me a percentile check.
Percentile. Let me the correct dice for this. 78.
78. Okay. You sit for a moment or two, knowing in the back of your mind that you've probably not got long before your friends come back in, but knowing that you've got a few moments to just spare to yourself, quietly. The quiet murmurings of people in the back, the shuffling footsteps of Marianne and her flowing robe catching the sandstone. Those sounds in the background, as with your eyes closed, kind of fade a little. You hear a slight creak of the wood of the pews over to your left on the other side of the church. Someone sits up. Do you keep your eyes closed? Or do you open your eyes?
Oh, I'll keep them closed.
Yeah.
I'm trying to focus on the connection I have.
Yeah, you've got your eyes closed. You hear you can almost like envision it, that kind of slightly awkward side shuffle. As you can't quite easily walk between pews, you kind of have to stand up and shuffle along a bit to get to the end. Again, hearing robe rub against wood. Those sounds kind of help soothe and settle you a little. And whilst you're sat there with your eyes closed, you hear the footsteps walk past your pew. Slow ever so slightly, pausing for just a second, and then continue to walk. And you hear a quiet, soft female voice. If there was something wrong, you'd surely know. Keep your faith. You're doing fine.
Recognize the voice.
You don't recognise the voice, no. The footsteps continue, seeming to walk out of the church.
Being familiar with the voice and no way anyone could have heard me because I didn't speak out loud, I'll cast a glance after whoever just walked by.
Give me a perception check.
14.
14. You see a hooded, robed figure. Slim ankles are pretty much all you can see amidst the robe. You see an orange tail just beneath the lip of the robe. And they walk outside.
I'll let them go and I'll just look over at the statue. And then I'll drag my fingers over my eyes and bow my head.
Cool. Chaps, you arrive in the Avian Temple. See Scaff having a quiet moment with himself over in the corner. His eyes maybe looking down at his wrist.
Should we give him a minute? I'll just stand and watch Scaff, see if he makes any moves to signify if he's finished his prayer or...
Amidst your quiet moment, Scaff, you notice the chaps have arrived.
Give a slight look, as you do, backwards from the position I'm in, and then just give a little nod to myself and get up, and then just give a bow to Statue of Air before I leave and head on out with him.
Know how a rumble usually follows after lightning, Ska?
Are we speaking in riddles now?
No, there is lightning going on in the mountains, and there is no rumble afterwards. And then there is lightning with a rumble. So there's a storm, and there's people pretending to be a storm. And I'm not sure I like the storm, nor the people that are pretending to be a storm.
Well, anyway,
You know as well, do
5
you
minutes
know?
of peace.
I don't know, Scaff. I would like to just sit somewhere for a day, meditate this anger and rage off, but I'm not getting a day, it turns out.
It may be fortuitous that you even said that is how I'm contemplating. I'm just... Anger is all I can see at the moment with everything, people getting kidnapped, the issue with Marquite, just everything, just... I just want it to be over. I just want to
I can't
relax.
believe I'm saying this for the first time in how long have I been a guard? I don't know. Almost a decade. I need a vacation, Scaff. I need to get on a boat to an island with palm trees, and I need a little glass with a drink in it and tiny umbrellas.
Recently had a beach bar, you're fine.
I didn't have my cocktail. Tiny umbrellas.
Keeping a subtle eye northward, I imagine you would be...
Yeah, keeping my eyes as I'm
if I
going
am
down.
wrong.
And... Yeah.
But you, looking northward, anticipating, you see another flash comes from the sky. It strikes a metal pole atop one of the larger buildings that you walked past. You know it to be the House Tolderan. Couple of, almost immediately, there's a rumble of thunder. I'll give it you even passively, distantly, in that direction. you hear a cheer. Most likely from a group of people.
How heavy is the rain coming down?
Considering there's active thunder and lightning, it's not pissing down. You can see now that nearby, over at the Temple of Want, there is a priestly-looking individual robed that seems to be putting out some sandbags. Which seems silly to say in a desert, but there's enough sand to make plenty of sandbags. But they seem to be part blocking doorways with sandbags, perhaps anticipating the rain going on for a while. As you can, that then starts to instill thoughts, I would assume, that perhaps there's not very good drainage for heavy rain in a warm climate desert village or city. So perhaps expectant build-up of water, maybe it'll all seep into the sand and it'll be fine, but you can see there is, at least from the Wantian representative, preparations being made almost immediately. It's gone from spitting to fine rain, but given the thunder and lightning, you imagine it's definitely going to get worse. Probably as the day progresses and the sun goes down and there's less active warmth, the clouds will probably continue to perspire across the city.
So, Scaff, being a ranger, he's quite the natural explorer, and one of his natural and favourite terrains is the mountains. Look up, give the air a sniff. How long until the main storm arrives? If it's coming from the mountains.
Give me nature or insight. Or survival. You can either... I'll give you the choice. You can either have it with advantage at a higher DC, or have a slightly lower DC and roll it flat.
I'll just go with base flat survival.
Slightly lower
And
DC. Okay.
So, with the survival, it was 18 in total.
Okay. You imagine, as I've just described, as you think about it, probably by nightfall, the heavy rains will be kicking in. How long it's going to last, it's hard to tell. As you look up towards the mountains now, they are almost entirely covered in grey-black clouds. It's definitely not just a passing storm. Whether it will pass over during the night or whether it will be here for a while, it's hard to tell in the immediate.
And then with what Jin's mentioned about the lightning, thunder, is that natural from the mountains, where you will see a flash and there's no rumble? Or is that?
I mean, that's like, it doesn't take a genius to know that's not how rain works. It's not. Yeah. It's not how storms work. If there's lightning and no thunder, it probably
something's fucking.
Yes, yeah. A logical assumption would be that, you either all went momentarily deaf, or just absent-mindedly skipped over the thunder, or it didn't happen, and that's not cricket.
That's not cricket. I like that one.
I've got a bad feeling about this tonight.
We know what clan is up there.
I've got a bad feeling.
Azora doesn't.
Oh yeah, you were bathing, big guy. Azura's from...
How much did I miss when I was bathing?
Severa's from up there.
Yeah.
You should ask her about it.
Yeah.
No,
Gunner.
no.
Not
No.
tonight, no, but maybe later. You know,
Wait.
island, palm trees, cocktails
Yes.
with tiny umbrellas in it.
When we get to that point, then that's probably safe to ask.
Hmm.
Because you may get smitten.
Nah.
Smited.
Smitten? Smited? Smote?
Smited. Smoked. It's all the same word.
She wouldn't smote anyone for not knowing
Being
something.
curious
Ah.
and wanting to ask a question.
I've got a bad feeling tonight.
Are you staying inside for the boys, Zafira, or are you heading out? I
I'm going to
believe,
go
for
outside.
clarity, they're just giving you time, so...
Yeah, I'm gonna go outside, and I'll see if I can find that. If I can see that hooded figure anywhere walking away.
Don't even need a perception check. You cannot see anyone. And being outside, the boys have not seen anyone other than the Wontian representative sandbagging the door.
Get away.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, it's not the first time something divinely weird happened to her, so it's fine. I assume there's like, I don't know what it's called, but like these roofs outside in front of entrances.
Morning.
You know.
Awning, yeah, veranda,
Awning.
foyer, yeah, whatever. There's a few
Canapé.
different canapé, yeah.
It's
It's probably more like not a canapé. That's an hors
That's an
d'oeuvre.
order.
There's a canopy, yeah.
A canopy. I'll get my shield and I'll just sort of hold it over my head as I step outside. And I'll have a look around and I'll have a sniff of the air and I'll look towards the mountains. See.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, storms do feel familiar, so.
Yeah. There's a familiarity. One that's not crossed you in, well, however long it's been since you left. There's that almost sting as you take that deep breath. And whilst you've got the soothing warmness and the dampness on the air, it kind of hits the back of your throat and clear your throat a little bit in memory. It's been a while.
I'll just wait for the guys.
Get there in the courtyard.
And I'll just walk over. And I'll hold the shield over Jin's head instead. So,
Scoot a little closer.
we should, probably find a place to stay for the night because it's not going to stop anytime soon.
Zeph.
Yes.
Flash of lightning to the north. Thunder.
There's thunder, no rumble.
Mm-hmm.
There's lightning going on in the mountains.
Yeah.
Both storm and not storm.
Not. What?
There is lightning going out with no crack.
No thunder in response.
Where?
Mountains.
But, like,
Point.
further up, further down.
It just
Further up at the moment.
So from what you've noticed, the active thunder and lightning, apart from the one that hit Toldarin House and got a cheer.
Yeah.
The antenna, it worked!
They've been like to the north mountains, relatively close. You know, the storm's coming down from the mountains, and it's only a couple of seconds away. But that one was northwest.
A question, my dear.
Hmm.
Do your people use these rare storms to mask themselves.
Well, I mean, I don't know. They would be masking. They usually don't come down.
Someone is coming.
Is that
Or
I-
at least
thing?
announced themselves.
It's complicated because storms are not. Well, I guess in the mountains themselves, they're more frequent. They often don't reach down the mountains because all the rain immediately just crashes down in the mountains and then the clouds dissipate. Which is why you don't get storms here or down in the desert or even towards the coast that often. But,
As you're saying this, you look up as you're talking, you notice that comparatively, this isn't necessarily a localised storm, just over a small area. As you say, it comes almost as quickly as it goes, high up in the mountains, it rains and then it dissipates. This is looking comparatively
big.
it's a pretty
Huge.
big storm.
When would the last time be that I know of such a storm? Like, when's it happened last?
Unless you've honestly paid attention to local weather reports from the north, which don't exist. It's hard to tell.
On Kerecekian weather tonight. Storms in the north.
Your new bulletin.
Back to you.
It's
Yeah, it's hard to tell. Obviously, as you say, you're relatively used to them as not frequent, but intermittent up in the mountains. But down on the mainland, very rare.
I mean, let's just say it is true that we thrive during this kind of weather, especially up there, but they don't come down the mountains.
You've been distracted since we've been in this city. This isn't natural. It's coming from the mountains. We know you're from the mountains.
Well, the
We need-
storm is natural, Scath.
Someone's using it, don't.
Who do you think would summon such a big storm? Look at the sheer size of these clouds. They're probably covering almost all of Kerecek's teeth, and it's coming down.
Storm might be natural. Someone's using it.
What would they
Everyone
use
give me a
it for?
perception check.
Oh.
12.
22.
16.
27.
You all, well, Zeph and Azura, below 20. There's another flash, but, you just, nearby lightning, don't really notice. Scath, with a 22, you pick up on at least, because now you're all kind of discussing the northern weather and paying semi-attention. With your 22, you notice that this one was, again, slightly more north-northwest than north. Jin, with a 27.
I'm sorry.
You bastard. It's high DC. It's hard to notice. That's why I made you roll so many things before to see if you could pick up on it. But now you're actively paying attention. With a 27, you notice that this one definitely went up. And you all notice, irrespective of the roll, there's no thunder.
Oh no.
Like I said, someone's using the storm. They're either feeding it, or otherwise, I don't know. So, Vera, was there anyone in your clan efficient enough to fire off this much lightning this frequently.
You
And
need to know what's coming.
I'll think back to. Well, I know that my. I'm just out of character thinking.
You don't really need to think back too much. Like, even Azora, you know that, like, Dragonborn have, like, a couple of charges of Dragon Breath. You know. Like, it's... Yeah, it's not...
But could I distinguish it between, for example, magical lightning and breath weapon lightning? Because we did have some magic users.
Mm-hmm. Give me history
Plus, you know,
or arcana.
Okay.
breath weapon only has a certain range as well.
True.
This is going up then.
I mean, they're both the same. Oh god, maths, 19.
What are you going for?
I'm thinking about Father Dearest.
So
being
you
a
go in
magic
history
user.
or arcana?
I'm going history.
History, you would know that... I won't say too much, but Jin's pretty much hit the head of the nail. In that, if needs be, and at times, whether it's magic or breath, certainly if it was breath, it would probably be a few people working together to make a big enough boom to just shoot it up. But it has been known for storms to be charged with your natural Expelliarmus.
And would I also remember the reason for why?
It's usually for... Give me another history.
I mean, I guess it has been a while. 16.
So, sometimes, I mean, stormy weather's nice sometimes. Being lightning lizards, it's, you know, it's nice. Sometimes, especially when people need to go hunting, it's nice to have a little bit of weather on your side. And sometimes it's handy to charge that storm up a little bit, if needs be. So whilst you're right, it's very unlikely someone's summoned this storm, because it's big. Magic doesn't work like that.
No, I meant the whole putting more lightning charge into the storm, I guess.
It has been known.
Well, I'll look at Jin. You're right. They're feeding it. Now, they either want stormy weather to revel in, because, let's be honest, I can't deny that I too love this kind of weather. It feels quite empowering. Or they're going on a hunt and they need a bit of cover.
Is that a bad thing?
Yes.
Depends how far their hunt takes them.
That's true. I mean, it's bad enough that they're doing it.
Jin, I'll give you a survival check because you got the most detail.
Survival? I happen to be decent in that too.
Boom, that one.
22.
Oh,
I have to do math. 22.
22. Thinking about what Zafira had told you about what going on a hunt usually means, and the fact that they do it in the mountains, this is definitely not up in the mountains, whilst it's coming from the northwest.
It's already at the foot.
Yeah, it's too close to be up in the mountains. Like, so much so that you can notice that it's, whilst this, the lightning's just been in the north, in the mountain, this is, to the northwest.
They're close already.
We need to go. I need to get inside somewhere.
Do you think if I apologize, we can get back inside?
I don't think you need to apologize, Jin.
No, I think I do.
If everyone's okay with it, we can go back to Magda. Or if you'd prefer, no, look at us, or we can, I suppose, also go to Octavian.
What happened with Magda?
We noticed you missing because someone tried to replace you.
Me? I'm irreplaceable.
They tried really well.
Magical means.
Oh, all right.
It was very close.
And,
Oh.
our friends, no, nod over to Scaff, and I'll just kind of shove Jin a little bit with my shoulder as I'm still holding the shields over our heads. Got, a little... Well, not a little. They got actually very angry.
Oh.
With the secrecy going on. And I believe if I hadn't taken over the conversation, they might have just...
As I said earlier, Big Gang, I don't think I would have been welcome in the city anymore.
And thus,
yeah.
the palm tree with a drink and the little umbrellas is...
I too like a drink with a little umbrella.
It's the island with palm trees, away from everything that I would prefer the most.
Well, until we can get that, I'm glad at least one calmer head prevailed.
Oh,
that's why I put my weapons on the table, but I might have done it a little bit too loudly.
Yeah. So, and I'll look at Azura. Do you want to go speak to Octavian, or should we shelter at Magda's for now? If she lets us back in.
I did say I would speak to him tonight. What time is it now?
I mean, you weren't even gone that long, arguably. It's not long after midday. Because you had your meeting with Octavian late morning, then man got kidnapped, and you went to the churches, so arguably it's only been about an hour. It's probably about 12:30, 1 o'clock. Sun's pretty high despite being obscured by the storm.
And that storm's going to reach its peak later tonight as well.
It'll probably stay a while too.
You know what I'm like. I don't like breaking a promise. And I did say I'd go and see him.
At least the tower's got a good advantage point so we can see what's around us.
There is that.
We can keep an eye on the gate, both from the tower and from Magda's place.
I'm looking from Scaff, Zeph, Zara, back to Zeph. You see my shoulders slump a little.
What's wrong?
We might want to ask Octavian if we can stay tonight.
Also,
I'm so proud of you. I'll just pat him on the shoulder.
And I'm just looking upward, and it's just
so proud of you.
Hey, I mean, that way, smile a little bit with this, like a little cheesy grin. Azura could get to know Octavian's daughters a little bit better as well.
Eyes
Yeah.
split. It's just like...
Scaff.
You just see this like little like muscle, just like I hate this. I don't like
It's
this.
I will say though, Jin, we saw how posh it was in the tower. You could get your drink with your little umbrella, probably.
hand with the shield on the arm, just on his head. Pat, pat, pat. It's okay.
Building relations. Jin, building relations, and Azure was the best way.
Scaff, are you really asking him to, throw himself?
Does your tail grow back, Scaff? I've never tried. Shall we try?
Boys, can we just
Come on.
go
But
before
pull it hard enough. Does it just pop off, or are you not that kind of lizard?
Seeing everybody laugh. See, do we not need this laugh at this time of the, with everything that's going on?
Let's just go before we
Yeah.
get completely soaked.
Scaff is absolutely probably piss wet through because he's just like,
Oh, well, Zafira is too. She's just holding the shield over Jin at this point. She likes this weather.
Azure's not bothered, he's loving it.
Sang,
Walking
Scaff
and
does not
talking.
like the rain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're
Where are
going
we
to
going?
Zamanifak's house, I believe, now.
I'm going to the tower.
The tower.
Give me
Adrenaline.
2 perception checks.
Oh, crikey.
The second one will be at disadvantage, only because it's further away.
Oh god.
Okay, so first one is a 17.
A 9 and a 12.
20.
Nice.
Yeah, I know.
Second one's a 13.
Why do you hate me, D20? I swear this D20 hates me. You're going to
Dirty
die
20
fail.
and a 19.
Scaff?
The highest I got was a 14.
Okay. So as you're walking from the northeastern temples, making your way that slightly southern path down towards... So I'll tell you what. I say I tell you what.
Hailspire?
Indeed.
How does the whole guest thing work?
Don't worry about that just yet. But what it will... Yeah, I'll explain it. It basically just means you can open up the guest version and you can join the game. I can assign you as a player and give you access to your minis.
Ooh.
But because it's guest seats that I've paid for, it allows DMs to just bring the players in without them having to buy the full game, which is pretty cool.
I mean, I already had it, but...
Yeah, if you've already got the full game, happy days. But it just doesn't. It means not everyone needs to pay for it.
True.
Okay.
I feel like we're kind of in the wrong spot. How did we get here?
How did we get
Hold up.
here? Yes,
Wait a
the Moon
minute.
Bear.
Wait a minute.
Weather's
That's not
improved
the
as well.
window. How did I get here? The end.
A little bit of rain action.
Nice.
I don't know if I can actually make it visually rain. That's probably a bit much. So, you come from the temples in the northeast. You've seen towards the north, towards Tolderan, there was a lightning flash. Can you all see the screen and that, yeah? Can you see my cursor or not? Yeah. So there was a lightning flash on House Tolderan. There was a distant cheer. You make your way from the temples past the marketplace. Are you going through the marketplace or round it?
Whatever's quicker.
Yeah,
I'd
probably
say.
quicker to just like cut across. So you notice with that first perception check that a lot of the marketplace, despite my previous descriptions, that it seems to be a all day, all night. Some people are open one way or another, but a lot of people have shut up shop.
I mean, storm's coming. Makes
Exactly,
sense.
yeah. And a lot of other people are also pulling out sandbags, trying to fill sandbags. You can see that there are a couple of carts that have been out of the eastern gate. And you can see that there are a number of guard-led carts that have basically, the people have just been out to the nearby dunes and have filled loads of Hessian bags. Because whilst you can make some preparations, you know, you're not going to keep thousands of fucking sandbags in the city when it rains on the 12th of Never, you know. So, there's loads of carts coming in, moving around the city, handing out sandbags to wherever needed. You make your way through, inevitably passing within relative proximity of the information booth, which you are aware of, Jim. Coming from this side, you've not really paid much attention to this side before because you went straight west past Household Erin, but coming through this way, you've got these nice little gardeny bits which are already starting to overfill. You can tell that these are just nicely made ponds. They're not really... They seem to be replenished somehow. Azora, you have a little mind prank that you probably know how they're refilled. You've experienced natural water creeks recently. But they are starting to trickle over the edges a little bit. You can see on this side of Zarmanafak's tower, this is the more residential side of the house where they all take up their residence, the house members. Are you going round the north side past Tolderan, or are you coming down the south side? Either way, you've got to go round.
I'd say maybe go past north just to get a look at House Tolderan, because we've not been that side before. Not really.
So
No
that's
attention.
the first time you went past House Tolderan when you were on your way to Sarmanafak's skeleton. So you have been past that way.
I wasn't really paying attention then, though, was I?
Yeah, fair.
I was a bit occupied.
Brain occupied. So it's up to you. Do you want to get closer to the refugee camp, or not refugee camps, the serving camps, or north to past House Tolderan?
Myself, I would have said House Tolderan.
Yeah, I'll take the route that we already know.
Okay, cool. That second perception check with disadvantage because it will be within the walls. But you can hear there seems to be... It's relatively quiet for now, but there's definite audible celebrations going on.
Rain! Rain! Thunder!
Zafira, give me a
Oh god.
charisma saving throw.
Oh no!
Go on, you're a paladin. This should be your bread
Yeah.
and butter.
Oh! 23.
23. It wasn't for a magical effect or anything like that, don't panic. It was to see how your brain absorbs the information. You are struck, now that you are in the midst of this damp air, this warm, damp air. You are hit with a passing House Tolderan. You are hit with a strong sense of familiarity.
Oh, no.
Very strong sense of familiarity. It could just be the fact that it's a bunch of blue dragonborn in the rain, you know.
Celebrating that
Yeah,
it's
it's-
thundering.
Yeah.
Oh.
But it's not just a sense, it's also a scent. As you're, breathing normally. Before you had to sniff the air to get that sense of how's this weather gonna continue. As you pass House Tolderan, you can hear the celebrations. You can't help but smile, thinking, yeah, fucking hell, fair play. These guys are obviously enjoying the storm. A lightning bolt's just hit the gaff and they're all fucking buzzed for it, whatever that's done. But as you pass in, you kind of blink a couple of times and instinctually look towards... You can see silhouetted within the grounds of House Tolderan some silhouetted people in robes starting to dance. In the back of your throat, you can almost taste familiarity. And it's a little bit unsettling.
I'll stop for a moment and just look. Tilt my head slightly. Pondering look on my face.
Yeah. You can see the silhouettes of people moving around, the quietened cheers of what sounds like people celebrating indoors. But as you know, similar to House Gulreen, there's not very many paned windows. There, it's mostly open air windows carved into the sandstone. Most of them are these smaller, like thinner box windows, and to alleviate people climbing in through open windows, but they are mostly just carved into the buildings themselves.
Just...
Excuse me, sorry. You see a couple of guards are carrying a cart of sandbags and they turn into the Tolderan grounds.
I'll just look after them and I'll just shake my head a bit with a sort of knowing smile, but also uncomfortable. And then just keep walking.
You all continue to the north, taking a left. We were running top speed till we ran out of breath. You make your way south. Again, your gaze is greeted by the top peaks of the wings of the skeletals Armanifex.
I'll look at Azura, see if she wants to run off again. One arm over Jin, one arm ready to grab Azura.
As we're passing, I will take in and have a look at the skeleton and just
acknowledge it, but yeah, he doesn't seem to be going loopy this time. You can see a number of Zarmanifax guards are all up on the roofs. Some of them are like sitting underneath the shields, not looking too pleased. There's a couple that are just stood there, head open, eyes closed, head up, just taking it all in. And then there's a couple that are, you can see now, that now you're down looking towards the southern gate. Similar groups of guards have been out of the southern gate as well, and they're bringing in carts of sandbags to help blockade doorways that need be. And now that you're coming down this south side, you get a glance over towards the I keep saying refugee camps. Service camps.
Please.
I know. You can see that
It might be.
where possible, a lot of the servicemen are going out with their own carts, and they are starting to line the edges of the camps with sandbags, just to try to alleviate all of the tents getting fucking drowned. And so you head towards House Zarmanifax. Make your way up the stairs.
I'll let Azura take the lead.
Yeah, as you head up the stairs, you are greeted by two guards who are standing expectant inside the archway. The cooling mist that was schwitzing across the doorway has been turned off. It's fucking wet enough outside. Getting a cool mist in the warmth is one thing. Getting fucking blasted by cool spray whilst it's raining is a bit annoying. But the guards see you all on approach. They nod. You see one of them takes a few steps inside, points upwards. And the other one steps forward. Princess Aura, it is fine to see you again.
Thanks.
May we help?
Yes. Me and my friends were caught out in this wonderful storm, and we were hoping perhaps we could get shelter.
Yes, of course. You all, everyone give me a perception check with disadvantage.
Not one.
Nice.
Gosh, I love my dice today.
16.
11.
18 with disadvantage.
Jin and Scath, you notice that he... I'll give it you. Just very briefly reflecting off his armour, you see another flash. And he kind of visibly... Oh, fucking hell. Like, visibly reacts to it while he's talking to Azora. But doesn't really pay it any attention. You sit and you count while he's talking. No thunder. And you like deduce while he's talking to Azora. If you think about him stood at this kind of doorway-ish, for a flash to have caught him, little bit of quick maths. It's now no longer north-northwest, and it's more northwest for a flash to have caught him. Take with that what you will. Then come in, you're all welcome, as Octavian has decreed. Whilst in the city, you are all welcome in House or Manifex, as accompanied by the prince. Would you like refreshment? Water? Fruit?
Yeah, I would gladly take some water. My throat's a little bit.
Absolutely. The other guard, you've all seen it happen. He's obviously cast a message spell, shot it up. He comes back to the doorway, smiles, nods, kind of steps aside and gestures for you all to come in out of the rain. The other guy disappears down the corridor.
I will lower my shield and shake it off outside before I go in.
Like an umbrella.
Jin, the most dry of everyone.
I don't know what you're talking about.
And then I'll
I'll just sort of like...
shake myself.
A little doggy shake.
I was
Lick the tip of my tail to...
Yeah. Flick the rain outside.
Yeah, Scaff just drenched.
So you're all stood in the lower foyer. I must admit, I've not really explored the temple on its interior.
Nothing.
Ooh! The dungeon!
Oh, that's pretty cool. It's like Indiana Jones level cool.
There's a
You know
cave
what?
down
You know what
there.
was down here.
Yeah, I know, but that's so
Skeleton.
cool.
Yeah, mushrooms. There's mushrooms down there.
Mushroom dance.
Man, mushroom dance.
Whatever could it mean?
It's a mushroom.
It means you've lived a life of sin.
It's insane.
So, you're inside the lower foyer. To your front
And-
right, you've got that familiar set of winding multi-sets of stairs that you went up last time.
I'll just look to one of the guides. Is there a spot from where we could observe possibly the gate and the weather?
Yes. Up into Octavian's canopy, as he calls it, is you've got a view of the southern gate as the canopy looks out to the west. Pidge checks. But if you were to get permission from Octavian to head all the way up onto the roof, you will have a surrounding view of the entire city. Oh no, it's on the east side, the canopy, so you can see both gates. Yeah.
Well, that would be perfect if he was to permit, at least me. I'm sure the others would like to join as well.
Yeah, I mean,
Enjoy the weather for a bit longer without getting too drenched.
yeah,
Absolutely.
with his lord's permission, of course.
I am sure he would grant the prince whatever he should so wish. I have sent a brief missive to Andrew, and the ladyship will be down shortly. Is there anything else that I can help you with? As his colleague comes back carrying has like a cotton sack bag over his chest, carrying a tray with a jug of water and a couple of mugs on. And he kind of opens the sack and it's just got some apples and bananas in. Simple refreshment while you wait.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And pour myself a glass of water, isn't it? Even though there's an abundance of it at the moment, it's still nice to get a drink.
Well, spring water is fresher.
Thank you anyway. Yeah. So I'll just have a drink and wait for whoever it is going to show up.
Yeah. Only takes a minute.
For a glass of water.
You take a glass of water as well. Yeah, cool. It only takes a minute. You hear Jin, I'll say passively. You hear some hurried footsteps, which slow as they get to the stairs above, and then walking down the stairs, you see the familiar visage of one of the twins. Coming down the stairs, looking at Azura, with a smile on her face. Ah, it's nice to see you again, my prince, and friends. I suppose you'd like to speak to father?
Yes, I do have some things to discuss with him. I'm a bit earlier than planned, but
It's never too early. You're
we
welcome
also-
anytime.
we also needed somewhere to shelter from this weather. But we would also like to ask if we permitted up to the canopy to watch over the storm as it progresses.
You will have to confirm that with father, but I'm sure he won't mind. Shall we? She
Yes.
holds her hand out to you, Azura.
Ever the gentleman, I will take the hand.
Takes your hand and kind of pulls you into a arm loop.
I'll give Jin a side eye.
Walks up the stairs. As you get to the top of the first set of stairs, you see there are more guards present than last time, where comparatively there was only a couple of guards who basically carried the fruit and water. The twins and Octavian. There is 2 guards outside the doors of the main room on each floor. You go up to the 3rd floor. You see Beanash comes out of a side room with a smile on her face. Ah, sister, my prince. She kind of gives a quick curtsy and then loops your other arm. Doesn't ask, just loops.
I'll look at Saphira and offer an arm, I guess.
I'll just sort of look a bit amused, but I'll take his arm.
They lead you up to the 4th floor, and there's more guards here. 2 outside that main door, the 2 doors that you went in last time, and 2 further down the corridor where you know that the girls disappeared off when they went to retrieve the book.
As we're walking up the stairs, I'll just turn to one of them like, seems to be a heavier presence of guards at the moment. Is everything okay?
I think Father's just making preparations with, in the coming days, and they're probably just keeping out of the rain, I guess. They keep leading you up. You get to that 4th floor, the double doors. Andrew lets go of your arm and goes over and knocks. Come in! She comes back to loop your arms and waits for a second before the guards realise, and then they step forward to open the double doors for you. And as you enter, you see stood at the end of his... It's the wrong screen. At the end of his balcony, his canopy, where he dramatically backstepped last time. The big man himself. Ooh. New things to download. Nice.
New people.
nice.
Ooh. Dennis. Dennis. What a guy. Dennis.
Is that Denise or the nephew?
From us.
You never know which one is which. Not anymore.
Good afternoon. How can I help you, Mr. Prince and his friends? You see he's stood and he's got a wine glass in his hand, which is currently empty. With a smile on his face, he walks over to that familiar drinks bar, uncorks a bottle, pours himself a full glass of wine. Would you like a drink?
No. We're probably going to be here for a while. We thank you for the hospitality of allowing us to shelter from this storm.
We're going to be here for a while.
Well, you did say you wanted to see me tonight, but we thought we'd come to take your hospitality to shelter here as well.
Of course. There are many unoccupied rooms in my tower. Plenty of space to be hospitable. He has a drink.
Yeah. But yeah.
The girls kind of lead you over to the sofa, Azora, as before, unless you don't want them to.
Sure.
Yeah. You
Sure.
kind of sit down on the sofa and they sit next to you. Octavian just kind of wanders around, gives everyone a nod, pauses at Jin. Even with your passive insight, he like, the couple of the others have just been like, I'm making pleasantries, nods and smiles. And then he pauses at Jin and gives you kind of a little bit more of a knowing smile. So, more conversation. What can I, do you want to talk now or later? I was just enjoying the weather.
It's been a while since there's been a storm like this, I can imagine, because it's...
Does not often come all the way to the tower. Maybe the paladin is happy with this. It's your kind of taste. And he kind of gently rubs his neck. No?
Yes, it's quite invigorating, this kind of weather.
Up at the top of the tower, closer to the clouds, I bet it's nice. It's a flash of lightning towards the north. A few seconds. Thunder rumbles.
With your permission, my lord, may my friends be able to go up to the top of the tower and...
Call me my lord, okay? You are the prince. You are my lord, no? Let's forget the pleasantries. We can all be friends, no? But I appreciate nonetheless. Of course, if you are careful, I don't often go up there. There are no, how you say, balcony is just open, so if you slip, you die. But at least I warn you, no? He has a sip. But yes, the guard will take you up whenever you want to go.
Well, Ezra, do you want me here for your conversation, or...?
No, it's fine. I don't mind either way. I know you were eager to check out the storm and...
Yeah.
I have no other plans, so I will be here all day. I was not expecting you until this evening, as you say, so whatever works best. I will be here having a drink, enjoying the rain. Do as you please.
Do you want to come with, dear? And I'll look at Jin. Could use some watchful eyes.
Very well. Good guy. Good luck.
You too. And do try to enjoy some of the hospitality here. It's not the worst.
I will look at Octavian.
Octavian just smiles at Azora, offering out the hospitality. It's true.
Yeah, you come into my house and offer my hospitality, but sure.
I just sort of look at Azura, I look at Octavian, I shake my head, and I follow Jeff. He has so much to learn.
And you, Monsieur Lizard.
Lizard.
Forgive me, nobody has ever told me your name.
I'm probably sure you've being told it. But if not, that's fine with me. I'll leave the room. Look at Azura. Don't go too vigorous with the journaling as I leave the room.
Shaking my head. Like,
Just the girls look at him. Like, oh, do you like to write? Would you like some parchment?
no, it's fine. I'm not in the mood for that right now.
Okay.
Still within earshot, you hear up the stairs. Use protection. And let you know what you're getting yourself into.
Zafira laughs halfway up the stairs.
Let them eat some pineapple and give it 10 minutes.
Oh no.
Oh.
Would you like our conversation to be more private, or are you happy with the girls being here?
I don't mind either way.
Bon,
Which is
over to
your
you.
prep.
Just chugs like most of the glass, then looks at it and slowly starts making his way back over to the drinks area.
Amanda's like, I need more booze for this.
Fills his glass up again.
Chug, 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 chug.
I'll go and to stand up and go to join him at the drinks bar. And I'll pour myself a, I don't know, glass of wine.
Yeah, there's all sorts there. Various different bottles of different coloured liquids. Most likely all spicy juice of different types. None of them are labelled. It's like a proper drinks bar where everything's been decanted into nice, well, decanters. Whatever you want to drink is basically there. No mixers. It's all raw.
And as we both stood there a minute, what you want me to do for you tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Shit, is it that quickly? Time is passing, of course.
Yes. It sounds like quite a responsibility.
It does. You say that as if you know what it is. I guess you have been doing your research in the hours that it's been since I left you.
Let's just say I've had some conversations.
Could have had them with me.
I know.
But of course, you want to get both sides of the gold piece, no?
I want to get as many sides of this so I can get as much information as I can. But I also
Sees you pouring, and he kind of nods and smirks. And as you're pouring, he kind of just lifts his finger at the base of the glass, so you pour a bit more in than you would have. Okay. And then he just clinks your glass and starts walking back to the balcony.
I'll walk with him. If you want me to do this, I need some questions answered by you. But I want the truth this time.
The truth? I do not think that I have lied to you.
But you've not also been fully honest.
Kind of doesn't know what to say.
Let's just say the recent conversation I've had with someone who had absolutely no reason to lie to me has given me some insight and information to some recent events that befell a friend of mine and his family.
You see, turns to not to look at you and facing out over the balcony. He takes a deep breath and exhales, and you can see his breath on the air. Okay. He kind of looks down over the city. You see his head kind of linger briefly on the houses. I wonder who it is you have been having a conversation with. But that is not important. Ask your questions.
I know that both Lorraine and the sewer aided in some way with the provision of unique abilities, shall we say. My question is, did they know what they were getting involved in, or were they unaware of your plan?
Sometimes the motive of a request is not the most important detail. I can tell you the heads of the houses did not know what my requests were for. Forgive me. An open book is often too easy to read. So whilst I will not tell you any lies, certain things do not need to be said. Perhaps like the names of those within the houses. Is that out?
That is not important to me.
But yes, I can confirm firepower was acquired by the Fire Dragonborn, and that the kind of pauses. Okay, maybe I did tell one lie.
I know you did.
Just exhales again out into the air. That was a detail I did not think was so important.
Dragon's blood.
That is just the name given to the concoction. Part of me thought that it was obvious that I had not taken blood from a skeleton, but when you all believed it, I had to go with it.
I will admit, when I first left Saugard, I was young, foolish, and naive. And in this past, however long it's been, I've lost track of time. I'm still young. I'm still occasionally foolish. But I'm learning to be less naive, especially over the last couple of days.
It's good.
Can I see, if I look over the balcony, the skeleton from where I am, or is it on the other side?
No, I believe that is on the other side. Let's triple check. Yeah, That is on the other side.
I know when I touched the skeleton of Zarmanathas, if that is even who it is, it nearly killed me. And you said I was the only one to have survived it. Yet you said it came from somewhere in the basement of your tower, so how did it get to where it is now?
A lot of manpower before the full formation of the tower. The entranceway used to be further up, but we had to cut through the rocks to get the bones out. A lot of chains and cloth and manpower. But the most intriguing thing was that the bones were found intact. They were not dug up and rebuilt. The skeleton has been in its rigid form the whole time.
Did you find anything else down there? How did you even know to look for it?
Some things, maybe you will find out them. Forgive me again, for there are some things that I maybe do not need to say right now. You guys up on the roof. On the roof ski. What are you doing?
I am keeping an eye on the gates to see what's going on. I'm more interested in the southern gate, though, because I would figure if anyone wants to come down from the mountains, they'd go west and then around to the south, because the east gate is further. And I'll just have a look at what's going on.
Yeah, give me a perception check. Did you go up with them, Scath?
Dang it, Scaff.
Sorry, I didn't. Was that a no?
16. No, it was. He did come with us, I think.
Alright.
I don't know where to go in this place.
The north is behind us, right?
Yeah, so that's the north. That's the west with no gate. That's the south with a gate. And that's the east. Never eat shredded wheat.
Didn't we be going to the other side
So
to
you've
have a
been...
look at the north one?
Yeah. So you've had a 16 towards the east gate, Zafira.
South gate.
South gate. Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to see. It's mostly silhouettes at this distance, especially being higher up and with the rain. But all you can really see is just the odd in and out of carts, which, as you know, has been people bringing in sandbags. We've still got a little bit of cover, but it's not a lot because it's, you know, it's mostly open aired. As you said, there's no balcony, there's no railing. You kind of climb up this middle section and you like just have to centre yourself for a minute because As you look, if you fucking slip up here, there's not a lot to save you. Depending on where you fall, you might fall onto the balcony, but yeah, well, you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know.
Another flash. You instinctually turn around. It's Jin looking towards the north. You see a flash. 1, 2, 3. Thunder.
Is there any road going behind the city lodge?
Give me a perception check.
Bad. 19.
19. You can tell that there is a more defined road to the south. That's basically the path that you came west to east into the south gate towards House Gulreen. Looking more round to the west, whilst there is some path trodden, it's mostly sand dunes that get blown and covered over, so it's not like paved proper road.
Mm-hmm.
But you can tell there's traversed that path, you know. But arguably, like, towards the west and to the north and then up into the mountains, it's a much less traversed path. So, and then you look over towards the east and you can see comparatively there is more road then that continues eastward and then south and round. And similarly, there's not much path trodden, but there is, you know, there's pathing, but not much.
Is there any traffic on that path at the moment?
Give me a perception check again.
Traffic jam.
Math. I'll tell you later, because my brain just literally farted at numbers. 23.
23. Not really that you can make out. It's not like at this distance, from this height with the rain, you can't see any obvious traffic at the minute.
Can I have a look at House Darren?
Yeah.
If they're still outside or if they've all gone inside now?
Yeah. Cross over to the north side and look down. And now you're kind of looking down into the area. You can see on this roof where the pole is, there is a number of people that are like dancing round the pole. There's a few people up on the roofs, mostly, which is like mostly why you couldn't really see them before other than silhouettes. They're still all mostly silhouettes, but you can see the figures that they're obviously like dancing rather than
having
just
a good
being
time.
up there.
Oh.
Shoot them.
You can still hear, like, it's very quiet now amidst the sound of the rain at this height. But you can still hear quiet celebrations as you focus in towards the north.
They're having a great time.
Yeah. So was Jerry with them two daughters of Octavian.
Oh, get the gas. Will you drop it? There are more important things to go and do right now.
We're on top of a goddamn tower.
And?
All we can do is look.
There's more important things for him to ask, Scaff. Whether or not he can journal with those two.
I mean, I don't think it'll be too hard.
No, it's almost odd seeing him celebrate down there, knowing that At home, we do the same.
Or is something that you and yours have in common?
For me to imagine that you don't feel this energy in the air right now.
Well, I feel the energy. Normally I'd worry about a roof catching fire or a wooden house burning down.
Sacred flame.
I'll just... Scaff, have you ever tried if you're a flying lizard? Maybe if you stretch your arms fast enough, there's a little membrane between.
Yeah, that doesn't work. I've tried.
Oh, you've tried?
No, I say when I've tried, it was the assistance of being launched by steel.
Ah.
Launched.
That tracks, actually.
Launched. It's fun.
Another bolt of lightning strikes Tolderen's pole. You all hear a very audible cheer. You see the silhouettes of the bodies on the roof all scatter as they practically all get yeeted 5 or 10 feet across the roof. But then they all just get up. Then there's a rumble of thunder. Immediately. Because it was right fucking there.
Oh.
Jesus.
What?
Thunderstorms are not my favourite.
Why? Are you scared of the thunder?
No? He says, trying to be convincing.
Passive insight, that was a lie.
No. Oh, and I'll just kind of wrap an arm around his shoulders. Oh, it's okay. You'll be fine. If you want to, you can go back inside if you feel more safe.
I would love to, but I don't know where to go in this place. And I'd feel uncomfortable.
Literally anywhere, I think. Do they have a library?
The fuck am I going to do in a library?
I'll sort of lean against one of the pillars.
Well, you need to acquire some wisdom now that you're a cleric again. Actual wisdom.
Wow, I've not been that mean to you, have I? That's my heart. I'll go back inside.
You going in?
Yeah.
Scaff climbs his way back down the trapdoor.
And wherever the balcony is, where the jury is, I'll go the opposite direction. Stay away.
Yeah. Azora can continue your conversation.
If you are chosen as the one to lead the guild, what then? How will you run it? How will you see it's done in this city?
You know, that is why I wanted to bring you on board, as they say. I have a long history in trying to get my revenge, some might say. But when it comes to running the guild, I have no knowledge.
That's why I wonder why you ask me. I probably have less knowledge than you about running.
I've been in a village with active guild, no? You used to be a god, so you have seen the
Being a
action.
guard. Being a guard and running an entire guild.
Yeah, it's just a guild house. It's not. It's the guild house in Dragyun. It's whatever this guy has in his mind. I suppose he wants to make sure he can see it run how he wants, maybe.
This is not who I am. I'm not in the right kind of position mentally.
He puts his hand on your shoulder and squeezes a little bit. Azora, I came to you with an opportunity. If it is not something that you are interested in, then you do not have to do it. It could have been interesting to have you at my side in this coming event, whatever happens. But if you do not want to do it, do not forget that while I had some knowledge of you until you walked into the city a couple of days ago, I did not have plans for this. I am working to what I know just as much as you are. There are things I do not know. There are things you do not know.
So, if I say yes to being your representative, still do not have to be the one who's in charge, because I just don't feel I am in any way the right person for that kind of job.
I suppose that is the choice of the guild master. I do not know. Perhaps it's best to have somebody that will take over the guild and run the guild. But if that is not what you want to do,
Honestly, no. I am happy doing what I am doing at the moment.
okay.
With my friends, traveling.
Say
being
no
the
more.
best.
That is that.
Do you have someone else to be a representative?
I do not have to worry about it.
I suppose you could say I am honored that you thought of me for this. And I am sorry to disappoint you.
No, it is okay. Listen. It looks like this storm will be here for some time. Why don't you go and relax? Spend some time this afternoon in the tower. He gestures over to the sofa. The girls can show you around and do not stress about it.
I mean, there is another thing that still needs to be settled and understood, and that is the matter of him down there in the courtyard.
You know what you know. I told you what I can. You know what I need.
But yes, I will accept your offer to stay here and relax and think over what is next. And does your offer extend to my friends as well?
Yeah, if they want to stay. It's fine by me.
Thank
And he just taps his ring on the glass a little bit. Well, we got a stretch. Go on, Stukov. Taps his ring on the glass a little bit. And the girls get up and walk over. Takes the afternoon, spend some time in the tower, speak to your friends. If you have anything else you want to talk to me about, I will be here. Come back perhaps when you know what you want to say.
I will.
Maybe you seem tense. Maybe you need to relieve some of that tension.
Well, it's been an interesting few days, I won't deny that.
But of course, take a bottle of wine, go explore the tower.
Yeah. Why not? First I'll head up and let my friends know what I've decided. But thank you again.
Of course. My house is open to the prince to be, no?
We'll see if that is to be, indeed.
He turns. You see he takes another deep breath and exhales. You see his breath catch the rain. The girls lead you to the doorway. You said you wanted to see your friends first. We can we'll wait here for you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I'll head up to the roof.
The roof is on fire.
Hopefully not.
Yeah.
I've been hit by lightning, have they?
I mean, we could arrange
Yeah.
it. I've got the fire.
Where did Scath go?
Fuck knows, mate. I just went randomly exploring.
Randomly exploring.
I am randomly exploring.
Okay, which floor? 1, 2, 3, or 4?
2.
2. Okay, you make your way down to the second floor. You see there are a number of rooms. Seems to be one main room on each floor, and then a couple of side rooms down corridors. See, there's 2 guards stood outside the front of the main door. They both give you a nod.
I'm just going to randomly wander around unless I get told no, we can't go in there.
Yeah, so what, you want to go into that first main room?
Yep.
Yeah, you walk up to the doors. You open the doors. You can see that this is a large armoury. Now, you've seen a couple of armouries in your time. The most recent being that of Doryusai.
Mm-hmm.
But that was in a slight state of disarray.
Yeah, just a tad.
You could tell by the way that the wonderfully cleaned, polished, tidy, well presented mannequins, shelves, tables, racks, stands, hooks, all around the room. Various weapons of all shapes and sizes. You could outfit a small army in this room alone.
Yeah, let's have a... If I don't get stopped, I'm going to look at the weapons.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be easier to name a weapon. You know, there's the sword, shields, bows, crossbows, arrows, maces, poles, spears.
I'm going to say, I know it's probably not going to be obvious, but does anything like stand out? That's like behind like a locked case or anything.
Give me an investigation check.
Oh. Ooh, where did she go? Ooh, 22.
22. As you look around the room, you do see that whilst everything is openly presented, there is there's something that's covered by a House or Manufacts emblazoned cloth.
I must see what it is.
You
I'm
lift,
being nosy.
you lift the cloth. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
You lift the cloth, and underneath you can see there is one of those presentation boxes. 3 holes at the front, which you would imagine would be locks. And you can see through the glass there's 3 dagger, short sword looking weapons in there, comparative to the usual sort like they look different, you know. They're not just, I don't want to say simply made because nothing's necessarily simply made, but like standard issue, I suppose. These look different.
Oh, okay. I like different. I'm assuming closely. Because I do have daggers and I can use daggers.
Man's on the rob.
Hey, I'm thinking of it. Sleight of hand, it. Sleight of hand, pickpocket. Yeah, just looking at them. Does anything stand out to them when I'm looking at them?
One of them looks like a chef's cleaver, and it looks like it's got a flamey kind of Damascus across the blade.
The magic word.
One of them is like long and thin, like a stiletto, and the blade is like a pale blue. And the final one looks like a normal dagger. Give me a perception check at disadvantage.
15 at disad.
15, you spend your time, I mean, you are looking at them and you're trying to get a good eyeball of them. And as you look at this last one that just looks like a normal dagger, you see very subtly there is a almost imperceivable black outlining to the edge of the blade.
How easy does it look like I could open this?
I mean, from first glance, there's at least 3 locks on the front. Or you could smash the glass. There's ways into it.
Oh no. Thank you for your hospitality. I'm gonna steal all your shit.
It stole my sister's book.
Which he gave back.
Yeah, he did.
You did open the doors and walk in. There's 2 guards posted outside, I'll just remind you.
Lead away.
Oh, God.
No, because I don't want to draw attention to myself. There's no point in smashing the glass, but I just leave the room and just put the cuff back over and just explore somewhere else.
Okay. I'll leave you to your exploration briefly. Azora, you climb. Do we want a quick break, by the way? It's
That'd be good,
8:30.
yeah.
Yeah?
Get some bios in.
Yeah, before we come back up to the roof to continue conversation. We'll have a, cheeky 17-minute come back at 1:45. It's just before past. Cool.
Sounds good to me.
Right, gang. I'm gonna put the timer on 16 minutes, and we'll be back. See you soon. Pee pee poo poo. Get a drink. Love you. Bye. Go on, Stu Cov.
certified natty just followed.
Hello,
Hello.
and welcome back.
Hello. New stream, who did?
New campaign.
Join our homies on the roof.
Yes.
As Azora. Well, there'll be a minute or two with Zeph and Jin. As Scaff leaves, if you want to talk about anything, otherwise, Azora
look
shall
toward-
pop up.
Towards the northwest west. See if I can find any more lightning going up to fuel the weather.
Give me an investigation or perception.
"17 perception."
17 perception. In the few minutes between Scath leaving and Azora coming, you see no flashes. You hear a nearby Wookiee bird fly past.
Oh, a Wookiee bird. Ooh. Do you Do you really think they come all the way down here?
They're already close.
For what reason? Why do they want to be down here?
I speculate on a few reasons. We don't, from everything that we've learned so far, we don't really know who the representative is of the other house that we haven't, keep partying out right now.
Why would they want one of
Well,
mine? You have nothing to do with this.
Octavian went for a brawler, went for a warrior. Doreen went for a diplomat. As
So
far
you
as we
think
know, the green
Darren
guys
would-
don't have anyone.
So you think Darren goes for a cannibal?
I mean, if they even know about that. From what you've told me, she's a powerful figure in the area.
Mother would know.
Probably someone who can go toe to toe with Octavian down there.
Can't imagine she would lower herself to such a task.
Unless she has something to gain out of it.
Well,
Would she send someone in her place? Do you know?
She wouldn't send father. There's no faith in men, as I've elaborated.
Sister, maybe?
I don't know if she could bear one of her best hunters for such a thing. Even if she had something to gain, I wouldn't know what.
We don't know the pieces in play.
As long as I've lived up there, she's never been interested in the city.
Things change.
They are coming, and well, the city can keep itself safe, but do you think I could prevent them from coming here?
Sort of step in front of Zeph and grab her hands. You have a kind soul, given one. But I don't think there's much we can do at the moment. Zeph, there's a game being played and we're not even on the board.
But if they come here and they see you with me, you're all in very real danger. Even in the city.
I just suggest we stay in this tower tonight. Seems like the most fortified place in this entire city. My other suggestion would have been to take the gate furthest away from where the hell they were coming from and hightail it out of here, but I couldn't do that to the big guy.
And just keep an eye out if you see anyone like me.
Looks down to the city, full of dragonborn, of all sorts of colors. Some of them blue. I'll look for people like you, but maybe less well dressed.
Trust me, if she herself ventured down the mountains, you'll recognize her when you see her.
We're gonna be as safe here as we can get. Who knows what tomorrow will bring, though. I wonder what the big guy decided. Maybe we won't even be here tomorrow.
2 simultaneous flashes of lightning. One to the north, one to the northwest.
Is the northwestern one getting closer by any chance?
I mean, it's gone from north-northwest to northwest.
So it's definitely moving.
2-3 seconds later, thunder rolls. Kind of difficult to tell which direction it came from.
One thing's for sure, they're moving.
Internal roof dog just redeemed taxes.
You hear footsteps climbing the ladder to the roof as Azura emerges and stretches. And as I said,
Dog just redeemed stretch.
as we reach the as he reaches the top. Thank you, Wolf Dog.
Nocturnal roof dog just redeemed hydrate.
The guy.
Look at Azura still holding Jin's hand.
Welcome to the view.
Interesting view.
Can look all around the city from here.
I'll go up and have a full-on turn just to take in everything I can see from the top, isn't it?
Yeah, with time that's passing and the clouds overhead, it's definitely getting darker and harder to see. But from up here, as the torchlights are starting to be lit preemptively, it's not quite night time yet, but of course, with the sun being blocked, the firelighters make their way out early. You
Don't
can
think
see
there's
the
much the old
impressive-
man misses from here.
I imagine up here on a clear day you'd get a hell of a view for quite a distance.
Yeah.
See anything interesting from up here?
Anything out of the ordinary. Sorts of the lightning has been moving though.
Really?
I sort of point in where it was coming from, and then going from there, it's moving to that side. It's mobile. Something or someone is coming.
Few, at least. One breath weapon alone doesn't fuel that much lightning.
I don't know what happened in your past, Zafira, but you look and sound worried.
Not so much for the city safety, they're more than enough guards. But for ours.
We've been through a lot. And I think together we can get through it again.
Entirely depends on if they're coming to the city and if they find out that I'm here.
Who is they?
My clan.
If they're your clan, your family?
Yes. Azura, I am a traitor. I left home. I abandoned the clan to run off. They don't know where I've been, but they've been looking for me. Every week, some of them come down here.
I'm sorry to hear that. Well, I had a talk with Octugan.
How'd it go?
Cleared up a number of issues that were bugging me. But in the end I have made a decision. I'm not going to be his representative. Because in the end that representative would be the one, if chosen, to potentially be the one running the guild. That's just not me. I'm not that kind of person. I don't want to be... First off, I don't want to be tied down to one thing in one place. I want to be out there with you guys, doing what we're doing. I'm enjoying this, and I ain't ready for that to end. And there is the other issue which I still need to think on about whether Zarmanifax is my father. I think I do want to know, but I'm still going to take a little bit of time to try and think about it. But knowing this now, what you've said about what this storm could mean, I think I need to rush.
You don't need to rush your decision. We can't venture out during this weather anyhow. We don't really have anywhere to go. To shelter, I mean.
Put it bluntly, big guy, we can always come back. Skeleton certainly is going to go anywhere. I wouldn't risk moving it again.
Before we leave, we need the storm
It
to
took
pass.
quite an effort to move it in the first place, but yeah.
And as much as I hate to say it, I think Octuvian is like a weed. He's not gonna go anywhere either. Lived long enough. He's doing what he's doing, and he's done it well.
He said we are welcome to stay here.
Can't believe I'm saying this, but that calms my heart a little bit.
Well, until you have decided, Azura. I'll have to stay until the storm passes anyhow, and then we can decide if we're going to keep moving or if we're going to do this whole thing with star artifacts. But if we need something to think on, I would have probably suggested we go to the Great Tree next.
Well,
Which will be quite a journey.
There is 2 other artifacts, isn't there? But where's the other one?
The
There's one.
ruins east of here.
Would it make sense to go south to the tree, or then just to come all the way back north here to go east to the ruins, or go east first?
It might sound a bit selfish of me, but I long to go to the tree.
That's not selfish. We all...
There are things I need to speak to the high priests and priestesses to, and about.
Well then...
But we don't know anything about the ruins.
Well then they will go there next then. It's not selfish of you to ask that.
Sure, it could be a great experience for all of us. Especially now for Scath.
And...
But don't rush your decision, Azura. Think on it. You have at least as long as the storm lasts.
I'll look up at the sky again and just see how widespread the
With
cover
them,
is.
with them feeding it too, it's going to last.
Something tells me it'll be at least a day. Maybe longer.
Has he said anything on where this whole conversation, whatever decision is going to take place tomorrow?
He's not. And now that I've turned him down on the offer, I'm not sure if I'll find out.
Well, I'm only wait at the moment.
I mean...
Another flash of lightning from the north. Thunder.
Just smile at hearing the thunder. Just never get tired of hearing that.
Neither. And neither do they, and I'll nod towards House Teldarin. They're having a party.
I'll go over and I'll look over and be like, what the hell are they doing?
Celebrating.
There's a few more on the roof now.
I'm almost urged to join them.
Well, go for it.
Ugh.
Live a little.
Oh, they don't know me.
You don't have to go down there. This is a big enough area, and you'll be the highest in the city.
The top of the tower, wearing metal armor, while lightning is crackling down over the city. Yes, that sounds like a wise decision as well.
Wouldn't hurt as much though, would it?
I'd rather not get struck by lightning. It leaves nasty scars. And she looks towards her legs.
And she looks at me. Oh. Best not then.
Speaking of being out in the storm, with lightning crashing down, it occurs to me we are on the highest point of the city.
Where's Scath?
Somewhere in the tower.
Good question.
I
Probably
want.
wandering around.
Speaking
I
of,
told him to go read a book.
where did Scath go next?
The Adventures of Scaff.
Further down tower. Just exploring.
Going down
Yeah.
to the bottom floor?
Yeah.
The entrance floor? You have a look around at the bottom of the stairs, not too far. You've got the main front door where the two guards are sat on stools, just looking out into the rain. They don't pay you any attention as you come down the stairs. You notice looking similar layout, but instead of a doorway, it's just another open corridor to go what would be north, or the same layout further down the corridor.
Yeah. See if there's anything that like leads to that anything below the bottom level.
Okay, give me an investigation check.
Mm. 18.
18, you walk along this floor and you notice that there is a side room behind a thick net curtain. You just quickly bob your head in there. That appears to be some kind of kitchen pantry. Loads of fruit. It's quite cool in there as well. Loads of fruit. Like big casks of water. Not seeing much else other than a bit of pantry. You head further down that corridor, and at the end you see a small alcove. I say small, just a normal alcove. With a couple of steps down to a door that is slightly different layout to that of the rest of the doors in the building. It seems a bit thicker.
Is anybody looking at me?
Nope.
Shade away. Go look at the door.
Shade away. You turn invisible. Give me a stealth check.
21.
21. You walk up to the door. Give me an investigation check.
17.
17. A thick wooden door with a single lock.
Is there like people or?
Have you got dark vision?
I have.
Yeah, you look through the keyhole and you can just about, with your dark vision, make out that there's a set of stairs that go down. Which, using your brain, would be underground.
Very nice. Come back up, reappear, and you know what? I'm just gonna go outside and just stand outside. That way.
Okay.
Nothing really special. Just a little bit outside under cover and just watch the lightning and the thunder and just listen out. That's it.
Okay.
Nothing special. Probably go around a little bit as well.
Round the tower.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Looking south towards the servicemen camps, you can see that they're now pretty much all surrounded by two's up, a too thick layer of sandbags. The rain doesn't seem to be pooling, but you look towards the oasis,
Yeah.
and you can see that there is. They are starting to fill up a bit.
I'll just find like a little ledge to sit on and just turn invisible and just look out.
Yeah, so you can get up on these rocks here if you want.
Yeah, I'll just sit on one of them and just go invisible and just look out. And just keep an eye out.
Okay. Cool.
That's it.
back on the roof.
I think you should probably settle for today. We're not going anywhere.
See if they courteous enough to offer us a bite to eat again.
Oh, I
And a
don't
room.
think you have anything to worry about that.
Zeph, would it be wise to warn them? Your people?
What? The guard? Octavia?
Oh, the house.
No, what use they'd have from that information.
Oh.
Because from what the guard told me in the guardhouse, they've never been violent when they've been here. They've just asked around and left again.
It could be that if they do ask around, and they ask around here, if the guard are unaware that there is an issue with this, they could fully tell them that yes, you are here.
But would they know that they're specifically asking about me? I'm not
And
the
that
only
is-
blue dragonborn in the city.
But if they ask by name,
Do they know my name? The guards? I don't think I've
be
introduced
fair-
myself to anyone.
We haven't really told anyone, yeah.
no. But you know what they're like. They've been shrewd, having ears and eyes everywhere. You have mentioned her name a number of times, as have I, in this city. Someone could have overheard. You mentioned it
I,
in the temple.
Azura, I have, with them fueling the storm, I have doubt that this is just a precautionary visit to see if any traitors have washed up here after leaving. I think there are more coming than just the 3 to 4, maybe 5 that did before.
All the more reason to be wary.
I think I don't know if it's worth. Give me time to think about it. I don't really want to put anyone at risk, and if I have to face them, then I will.
If you have to face him, you know you won't do it alone.
I'd rather do so. We'll see.
I look to Jin as Zephyr says that.
I just try to shake my head. We'll see what happens.
Let's get inside and let's settle down for tonight. Very early night. But
So, I feel exhausted, so that worked out.
think, and I'll look over at Ezra and smirk a bit. You have a set of twins waiting for you, probably.
Oh, God, tell me about it.
And I'll open the hatch and hold it open.
Oh, no. Don't say that you're not even a little bit looking forward to it.
Don't knock it until you've tried it.
Wisdom in those words.
I suppose.
Dragonborn have their appeal, Ezra. I'll just gesture for the hatch.
You're not wrong.
Your
there.
Highness, Go ahead.
After you, milady.
Oh. With the magic move. And I'll just look at Jim and I'll shake my head and I'll climb down.
Make your way back into the tower, and as expected, the twins are waiting not too far from their father's room. They tentatively walk closer, not wanting to just steam over while you with your pals, but they kind of
Steamrolling. You come with us.
And away!
Mine now.
Let's go.
And I'll ask a guard about the guest room. And possibly some snacks.
yeah, one of the guards is nearby the twins. Straight away, Andrew says, "No, of course. If you want to accompany this guard down to the first floor, or if you should so wish, we could bring food and refreshment to a room."
Any guest room, really. I'm not picky.
Oh, fantastic. Just a floor below. Take them to a room and bring them up a nice meal, refreshments. And they turn to Azora. Would you like a room on the third floor? There's rooms up here, should you wish. They kind of shyly smile.
Sure, why not? Oh, and before, make sure my friend here, and I'll point to Jin, gets a nice cocktail with an umbrella in it.
She kind of cocks an eyebrow. I'm sure that can be arranged.
I'll just,
Andrew turns to the other guard. Send word down to bring refreshments to our room as well, please. Just leave them outside.
Ooh.
They link arms with Azora and lead him down the corridor.
I'll give him a little encouraging nod. And then follow the guard down.
So you follow the guard down to the third floor. He leads you to one of the rooms.
Lean into Jin, not whisper. He's going to be so exhausted.
two of them.
They're going to tire him out for sure.
You hear the guard kind of stifles a chuckle under his breath. He leads you to a room, opens the door. Whilst the room's not particularly big, it's quite lavishly decorated. Almost as if space is what it is, but you can tell that, like, if guests are gonna stay,
still be
they're gonna
fancy.
stay. Yeah, exactly. But it's room enough for two. There's another room next door. The guard says, "We shall find word of your friend in the tower and accompany him to this adjacent room, should he so wish."
You have a piece of parchment by chance?
I can fetch one, or there should be one in the room on the table.
Anything to write with by chance as well?
Yes, simple amenities are all provided in the guest rooms.
Then I might have a solution for you that you don't need to go endlessly looking for our friend.
Fair enough.
And I'll, if I can see the piece of parchment and the writing implements, I will take a piece of parchment, write with big letters, "Scaff," go to the room next to us, and try and pin it to the door.
Yeah, easy enough.
Oh no.
Next door room again for him.
Next to room again. Let's go.
It's like that is the single door, like a single bedroom, right? That they pointed to, or is it further along?
Yeah, it's 15, 20 feet down the corridor.
Ah, okay, yeah, perfect.
He nods. Guard leaves you to yourselves. Makes his way back down the corridor. After about 15 minutes, there's a nice hot meal prepared. Fruit platter. A couple of jugs of water are all brought up to the rooms.
And will have taken off my armor and sent down my gear by now.
It'll probably help her.
And just let my hair down too.
Now you don't have to keep up a strong appearance. How do you feel?
Worried. If
There's
it
another
is then...
flash from outside, but being indoors, no idea of the direction.
Yeah.
No thunder.
But if they learn of my presence, or if they see me, if I see them, I suppose there's conversation to be had. Let's call it that.
Alright. Well, you won't be alone.
I'd rather you not accompany me. They might think that you're just a snack I kept for later.
Well, we'll just have to tell them otherwise.
Azura. Before we just fade to black. Without going into too much detail. The ladies offer you to stay in their room. But they are polite about it. Whilst being a little forward. Cards are put on the table that should you wish to be very well looked after for the night, that is well within their realm of possibility. But also, should you wish to be left alone, they're not there to, pressure you into anything. They strip down into rather sheer silk pyjamas. Food is brought up and left outside with a subtle knock, and you can hear, even passively, some hurried footsteps, not wanting to interrupt or overhear. But it's up to you. Does my man indulge in the twins?
I'll let the dice decide.
Okay.
One to 10, he does. 11 to 20, no. 8.
He does.
He does. He is not one to
Good
accuse
on
the
you,
rest
man.
of a lady. Or
Heck
ladies.
yeah. Ooh.
My man pops his chesa in his little manufactured tower
Okay.
to a pair of twins. Bah.
Good shit.
Nice. Give me a performance check.
Meanwhile, I hope Scaff is not walking in on something.
Oh
I
dear.
hope he knocks.
It's a 15.
Not bad for the first go. Go on, my son. And we'll leave it at that. For the realms of appropriacy.
Which
Scaff sat outside, invisible, on your rock. At what point do you come back inside? If
Oh
at all.
God, not for hours. Because obviously with the time frame, it's probably only still.
Mid to late
Uh,
afternoon by the time
yeah.
you've walked there and had your conversations and stuff.
No, like I said, yeah. Unless I see anyone coming looking for me, Scaff will not return for quite a few hours. Because he's just keeping an eye out. Keeping an eye on weather and just seeing how worse it gets.
Okay. As expected, as the sun goes down, the rain does get heavier. Looking out towards the servicemen's camps, they are getting quite battered by the rain, and whilst the sandbags will easily prevent from majority flooding, there's probably going to be if the rain keeps up like this and if it gets worse, it's likely the city might just become a massive kiddie pool. It's like an inch of water across the entire city.
So a swamp.
A swamp. Get out of
My swamp.
No.
More
even
thunder,
if weather,
more
because
lightning.
even if the weather gets bad, I'll just cuddle up to a bit of a tree and take shelter under a tree.
Okay.
The trees that so betrayed you in the past.
That's it.
When you eventually come back in, you are directed upstairs to the 3rd floor. There is, if you do go that way, there is a sign on the door directing you further down the corridor to the next room, written hastily and pinned to the door.
I'll just go in the room that I've got set aside and just go in.
Scath, give me a perception check.
First one of the night, and that took 20. 24 of the night.
You hear everything.
From upstairs and next door.
If I do, I'm going straight back outside. And I was
Like, not both. I can't.
Whilst sat on your rock outside, and with a natural 20, you notice progressionally over the course of the remaining hours of the afternoon, it gets late-ish, 9, 10 o'clock, if you're out that late. You see that there is another flash of lightning, 2 in quick succession. Unmistakably, they're just shot straight up. No thunder. Looking towards that south gate with your eye, loosely in that northwesternly direction. These bolts of lightning come from the west. Definitely moving at pace. And you imagine that whatever it is, if it's coming to the city, it will be there in the early hours of the morning. If it's going away, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah, when it starts getting too late, because I don't want to be exhausted or not get like a full rest in, I'll make my way inside.
Okay.
Obviously
Because you
we're
got...
talking,
Go on.
Obviously we're talking like 7 hours later from when I left the group.
Yeah.
7, 8 hours.
Man's been chilling with himself, with his thoughts, observantly. Okay. Saphira, give me a percentile roll, please.
Yes. Find this. 55.
55. Okay. Give me a sec. Trying to change up the playlist, but struggling to find something good.
Change of playlist. Uh-oh.
That doesn't sound good.
Why do I hear boss music? Uh-oh. Surprised the city's now a boss arena.
Thousands died in minutes.
Hearing one winged angel kicking.
Uh-oh. Pokemon gym leader. Music.
Dun, 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 dun.
Fucking hell.
Dun, 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 dun,
Give me
dun.
a perception check.
Oh god.
No.
My perception is bad. 16.
Fucking hell, this is a nightmare.
Oh no.
I do apologise.
I don't like that.
I've had one in the past, but it's not in my fucking list anymore. No, I don't want... Ugh. Apologies, everyone. Technical difficulties. I went to change my playlist and fucking lost it. Fuck it, we'll just leave the playlist. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it off. 16. I imagine, given everything that's gone on, that taste in the back of your mouth, the sense of familiarity, the sense of comfort mixed with a sense of uncomfort, it's probably slightly more difficult to sleep. It's difficult to tell at what time. You've probably had some sleep. Jin's asleep next to you. You hear from the south a deep-ish sounding voice scream out a loud word. Give me another perception check with disadvantage to see if you can make out that word.
13.
13. Whilst you can't make out what the word was, muffled by distance and the rain, you know it had 3 syllables, which were all slightly drawn out. It was bellowed.
Do I recognise the voice?
Difficult. On a 13.
Is there a window in this room?
There is.
What side is it facing?
It's facing... Let's have a look at the tower, shall we?
The tower! The
It's
tower!
a tower!
It's a tower!
There's not likely to be a representative window, but... So if you've been on the balcony floor, which was the 4th, you're on the 3rd, and it's down the corridor, so the window's likely to be facing the south.
Great! I don't have a dark vision, but I imagine still with the storm, the lights are still going to be lit.
Yeah.
Unless
The torches are all still on, whilst slightly diffused, as you could imagine. The fires are... I mean, all of the street lamp torch lights that are lit are all, like, encased, you know.
yeah.
Encased and hung, so they're, whilst slightly flickering, buffeted by the rain and the increase of wind. There's still elements of light, yes.
I'll hurry over to the window and see if I can see anything.
Yeah. Give me perception with disadvantage, and then that will set a DC for a percentile roll.
10.
10.
Yeah.
Harder DC, but give me another percentile.
Listen, I only have like a +1 to my perception. Okay.
Yeah, it's night time with no dark vision.
And 60% this time.
Still not bad. You look out, and even amidst the darkness, you've kind of loosely been paying attention all day. You've been looking over. That south gate has been in your mind a lot. So you know that kind of open expanse. I say expanse. That open area from the front gate that kind of opens out a bit into a open area that leads up to the fountain just outside House Green. And you can see just barely, very difficult to tell, definitely not a number, but the majority of this area seems silhouetted. You then hear the word is then bellowed again. Give me another perception with disadvantage.
Oh no. Come on. Ooh, a 16.
16. Give me another
I
percentile.
switched my die. 54.
54. Still mostly muffled, but now you've picked up on it before and you're hearing it again. Bellowed. Now you can tell that it's being bellowed by multiple voices. That's why it's difficult to tell origin or... You know, it's not just one big shout. It seems shouted by a few, at least. And that word is Zephyra.
Oh.
3 elongated syllables. Zephyra!
And I'll look at the bed and I'll just hurry
Would
over.
I have woken up?
I mean,
yeah, I was going to say, how loud is this?
I didn't like get up quietly. I literally rushed out of bed to get to the window. Just
those deep sleep. It's not loud enough to wake the dead, but whilst
it's loud enough to carry across the city if you're paying attention, I guess.
You then see this blob kind of. That the image that just popped into my head.
The blob.
You know, one of those spider nests that gets disturbed, and then there's just a scattering. Yeah,
no.
That's the image that popped into my head. The blob, you can then still very silhouetted, almost impossible to make out, but you can see the blob
scatters. Oh no. I'll just look towards the bed, see if Jin woke up or not, and I'll
I'll say give me a perception check with disadvantage. 'Cause if man's getting his night's rest, it's not likely.
On an 11, so that's a dirty 20.
I mean, with the second one, maybe my man stirs and doesn't feel Zephyra next to him in the bed, but wasn't loud enough to fully wake him up. Leave it up to you, should you want to, but...
I'll sort of like, maybe groggily just go like, get to bed, you need your rest, and fall asleep again.
And I'll look over and I'm just like,
You still at the window?
yeah.
Yeah. You look out again and you can see now more blobs moving from different directions, carrying torchlight.
Is it reasonable to assume that those are the guards? Or is the
Reasonable
blobs
assumption.
from... I'll let Jin sleep, and I'll hurry out of the room, and I'll go back up one flight of stairs. Can I get to the canopy?
Yeah, you go out of your room. See the pinned note on the door. Yeah, you go up the stairs. You can see there's...
I don't make any effort of trying to be quiet. I'm just...
Yeah, you've not got your
running.
armour on or anything.
I'm just running up the stairs into the canopy.
Yeah, there's one guard sat outside the room on the third floor, asleep on a stool. You just run past. If you had your armour on, you would have woken
No,
up.
I don't.
You've not got your armour on. You head up the stairs. You just go straight into the room. You walk up to the door where the canopy is. The door's locked.
I probably won't be able to see very well from the top because I also don't have dark vision. I'm gonna go down.
Okay. How far down are you going?
Entrance level.
Okay. Go all the way to the bottom floor. There is a two front doors are shut. There's two guards sat on stools at the front door. You see one of them kind of nearly jumps out of his skin as you come stomping down the stairs, and he just goes to grab his sword. Oh, good evening. Can we help? Do you need a late night snack or something?
No, I'm sorry. I just need to check something real quick. The door. Outside.
Oh, okay. Are you coming back in, or?
Yes. I'm not going far. I just...
You, is there trouble? You seem flustered.
Someone's looking for me. I need to confirm who it is.
Do you need us to come with you?
If you could. If it's not too much trouble.
He nods to the other one and... give me a... perception with disadvantage again, because it's dark.
15.
15. You notice he nods down towards the guard's waist. And the guard nods. He follows you outside, and then the door shuts.
So, these, like, rocks that the scout was just sitting on.
Yeah.
Is there, like... So, there's stairs going up to the tower. Is there, like, a platform that's sort of elevated around the tower, or...? where I could have a better look.
Yeah, so you've kind of
without
come out
leaving
here.
fully.
You've come out these doors. You could go up there onto these rocks where Scaff was. And then
I
you've got,
wanna
like,
look-
exterior areas.
Yeah, I want to go as far south on the tower as I can without actually leaving premises, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so you go up here, you go onto the rocks. The guard kind of stops. He says, "Oh, didn't think you needed to climb."
Sorry, you don't have to climb after me. I just need to get back inside once I've figured out who this is, and I'm not even like really looking at him. I'm just looking out, trying
Right.
to see anyone from that mob.
Okay. He takes out a torch. Would you like a torch?
I don't know if that'll help me see. I can't see very well in the dark.
Right. Well, I will wait here. Try to keep an
Thank
eye
you.
on you. I don't want to risk slipping on the rocks. Do be careful.
I'll be fine.
Yes. You climb up on the rocks.
Eddie from the... I assume if the mob has like scattered in all directions, like spiderlings.
Yeah. Now
Uh,
you're looking out. Now you're like at ground, or like lower down. And in and amongst the fucking click the wrong thing.
11.
11.
Mm.
Hard to make out details other than the city looks bustling with people. What you can tell from here is that there are a fair number just kind of darting around. What you can now see is that the majority of them seem to be running around on all fours.
How many? Okay. I'll consider what to do. I mean, I'll go back to the guard that's waiting for me, and these people roaming around, the ones on all fours, do they usually scream in the middle of the night? I heard them call my name.
Oh, it was your name they were shouting.
Yeah.
You see he's kind of rubbing his eyes. I don't think I've heard them shout before. From what I've been told, they tend to come and make investigations around the city and then leave the following day, or he kind of looks out and holds a torch above his head. Definitely seems to be more of them than the last would have assumed. It's normally a small group.
So they know that I'm here. I wonder how.
You hear again. Distant. Oh, fuck. Distant, hard to make out, but still in that 3-syllabled. Coming from the eastern side, southeastern. Saphira!
Just going to roll a dice real quick to see what I'll do. Shit. I'll contemplate for a moment and look at the guard. And I'm going to like roar in response. Sort of a summoning call, if you will. No, not raptor, but, you know. It's not exactly like they the clan usually communicates in common. Especially not when, out and about.
Okay, so you roar. Alright. Give me a performance check.
Let's see how well you can perform this.
21.
21.
21.
The guard kind of winces back as you start shouting in the night, and he kind of almost reaches up to say, "Quiet, you'll wake the house." But ignoring him, you shout out your call. Almost immediately, the skittering, hard to describe what else it looks like amidst the darkness of shadow, stops. And at first glance, you can see 6 shadows start darting towards you. You've got maybe, depending on what you want to do, but just to lean into choices made and time to decide, you've got 2 rounds before they get to you.
I'll step back towards the door together with the guard.
Okay, that's 1 round.
And I will use the second round to send the guard that's still inside at the door to either... No, I mean, they're asleep, so that wouldn't work, but to get my companions.
Okay. Give me a persuasion check.
Come on, don't fail me now. 17.
17. He says, "Yes. I will fetch them." The hospitality is extended to the prince and his friends.
I appreciate it, thank you.
He steps inside, and you hear the door lock. And then you hear footsteps inside.
I mean, I guess the other guard's still outside with me.
No, he went in. Door shut.
He went in too.
Yeah. Door locks,
Alright, cool.
and then you hear the footsteps like walking deeper into the house.
No, I was going to ask the guard that was still inside to go up, and the other one to stay with me, but that's fine.
Oh right, no, yes, that's what you want to do, yeah. Yeah, he stays outside then, and then the other guard nods.
I'll take a deep breath and I'll cross my arms over my chest, and I'm going to wait.
Okay. You see the guard that waits outside nods at the other guard. He locks the door, and then he stands with you, torch out. Who is this?
My kin, my clan.
Oh, family. Good. That's the end of the second round. Charging in like a pack of wolves on all fours. 6 tall, naked other than leather loin. Heavy breathing. Breath on the air. Stood. Shoulders hunched. 3 of them crouched down. 1 fist on the knee. 1 fist on the floor. And 3 of them stood near you. Give me a perception check with advantage.
I'm good for the advantage, not 20 for 21.
Not 20.
The other one was a 3.
Immediately, that scent and sense of familiarity comes at you like a wave. like immediately. You're like thrusted back to 10 plus years ago when you last left the clan. You've not smelt the scent of family and that scent of... It's the scent of the sweat on the bodies of those that have been running that you haven't smelt since the last time you've been on a hunt. And they all stand in front of you, heavy breathing. Do not move.
Immediately straighten my posture, slight snarl on my snout. What do you want?
They kind of look at each other. Wait. So do you just stand there and wait with them? They just stare at you silently.
Do you forget who you're speaking to? Answer me. What do you want?
They look at each other again. Give me a persuasion check with advantage.
20. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Our place is not forgotten. But our task is more important.
And what is your task?
You will return with us.
I will do no such thing. You may tell Mother I'm not coming home.
She said that would be your answer. And she does not care.
Figured she would not. But I do not care what she wants. I am not her subject anymore.
We do not want to make this more difficult than it already is, Saphira.
Leave.
We cannot do that.
Leave the city, as you have so many times before.
So many times before we did not have you.
Did you know I was here? Or did you just assume?
We have been informed.
Who informed you?
We do not know. We have been sent.
Someone's informed Mother then, have they?
See one of
Surely
them
they
nods.
Surely they didn't just walk up the mountain and tell her she would have killed them.
They kind of stay quiet. You can tell, passive insight, looking at these guys, they are going through it. They need to be respectful, but they also need to get you. They probably have been told to nut up, shut up, take you and go, but they also need to be respectful. It doesn't matter who's told you what and what you are, heir to the clan. So whilst they all have you can smell that fervent respect that they all have, Mum's still in charge.
What does she want?
You.
For what? I left the clan. By all means, you know I am a traitor. You know what happens to traitors that return to the clan.
Not every traitor is her daughter. More start to gather now. There's 10, 12 of them now.
You'd be wise to leave while you can. There are more guards in the city than there are you.
This lady is under the protection of House Armanifax. Step back. You see one of them grabs the guard by the neck and drags him away. And 2 more follow him.
Let him go. That's an order. Let him go.
He's already gone. We do
I
not
still
travel
believe
for days on
this.
end to find you each week. To leave upon finding you.
Do you not understand that this way of life that you have, I used to have, is not right? Look at how civilized you could be. No, look around the sea. And yet you choose to be a savage instead.
Well,
Does it suit you well? Do you enjoy starving until you finally find something to eat?
that is due to change.
Is it? How is that?
Things have been promised.
Things have been promised. To who?
The mountains. The clans.
Been promised.
Say that again.
And what has been promised?
You see one of them kind of stifles a smirk. More hunting.
There's a whole world, a whole continent, accepting of our kind. And you want to hunt them. Those who...
We're not
have built
here
a
to
city
listen
dedicated
to your
to us.
convincing words.
And I am not here to go with you. You will leave.
We will leave.
Tell Mother I am not here.
That she will not believe.
I don't care what she believes. By the time she makes her way down this mountain, I'll be long
Another
gone.
5 group up. We will ask only once, Zephyra. Will you accompany us? Or will we take you?
Business to attend to in this city. And once I have finished my business, I may consider it. You
Give me
will
a
not lay a hand
persuasion
on
check with disadvantage.
me. You will not lay a hand on me. Don't forget who you're speaking to. 17.
17.
Guy that's talking to me, by the way.
Say again.
Do I know this guy that's talking to
No.
me? By the way?
No.
No.
Most of them look young. These were probably all younglings who have grown up to be hunters.
Young and experienced. Yeah.
You can like most of them, like they've got the odd strips of leather, the odd bits of fur and stuff, but most of them are just embracing being out in the weather.
Yeah.
You see 2 of them walk to the guy at the front that's been talking turns and puts his hand on the chest of another one and kind of pushes him back through the crowd. Give me a perception check to see if you can hear what he says.
Oh, wait. 16.
16. You don't get the full thing of what he says, but you hear him. The sense of the conversation alludes to soon. It's hard to pick up exactly what he says. And he says Vitani.
Perk up hearing my sister's name. Speak up, boy. What did you say about my sister?
So he looks over his shoulder
Come here.
and
Oh,
walks up to the
pointed
front
around
again.
and-
And you can see it in
Pointed
that moment.
around in
He's
front of
kind of
me.
like they've got a job to do, but they're so fucking conflicted because he's like he needs to listen to you, but like you know, what do you do?
I mean, at this point, I'm just stopping. He's already down the stairs, you guys. What did you say about my sister?
I'm just trying. I mean, you're distracted with these guys. Okay. He steps forward. And he looks at a couple of the others, and one of them like kind of growls at him. He kind of shoulders him a little bit. Things have been promised. Vitani descends for the city.
Yes.
She arrives tomorrow.
When tomorrow?
Say again.
Morning. When tomorrow? Morning, afternoon, evening.
She arrives. When she gets here.
Then I shall await her arrival.
A couple of them look at each other. Then you will wait in the tower.
Fine. And you will inform me the instant the young princess arrives. Understood?
He kind of stifles a small bow and then realises he's meant to be.
I'll just sort of snarl at him as he stifles it.
Go back inside. And then he turns and barks a familiar bark, that one of those communicative things that sound natural in the mountains. And you see that all of those gathered just start to spread a observant perimeter around the tower.
I'll stand awkwardly in front of the door because it's locked. Let me in!
Yeah,
No, I'll just wait.
upstairs, one by one, you get knocks on the door. I'll say, where are we? 3rd floor, so it'll be probably Jin first. Just kind of bum, opens the door. Zafira needs your presence at the front door. I believe its haste is required. He goes down the corridor.
Jin just...
Does Scath wake up?
Alright.
Alright.
Yeah.
Gets out of bed.
Yeah, he opens the door. Zafira needs aid at the front door. Make haste. And then he toddles off.
Grab bow, arrows, and make my way downstairs.
Throw belt on. Doubles down.
And when
Hair
it says
still
haste,
is.
yeah, with haste, it's dash, run, dash.
So you start dashing. You make your way down the stairs, and the door's locked. Because the other guard, fuck knows where he's gone.
Well, I know where he's gone.
Yeah. Yeah,
Everywhere.
a little bit there, a little bit there, a little bit there. So you get to the front door, and you can see through the openings in the doors. Zafira's kind of just stood, no armour, piss wet through, in a nightgown, I suppose, or whatever she wears. I guess she didn't just run out naked, but
No.
in her smalls. And she's kind of just stood outside, and you can see... Have you got dark vision, Scaff?
Yes.
You got dark vision, Jin? Yeah. Like, maybe 15 feet away, just stood, hunched, just blue dragonborn, just staring at Zephyra, and from the gap in the door, you can see 5 of them.
How sturdy is the door?
It's a thick main entrance door to... I mean, you can try and kick it in if you want, but
like how the guard just went up.
Yeah, it's
Wake up,
a thick
wake up,
door.
and
Like,
go back down the stairs.
yeah, goes up to Azora's room, bangs on the door, doesn't lock, just shouts in, "Sorry to disturb you, my ladies. Azora's presence is needed downstairs. Make haste." And then he walks away. Doesn't look to see if anyone was awake or heard.
Does he say why?
Now he just leaves again. Do you wake up?
Yeah.
Where the keyhole is,
Yeah.
or like the lock, get my dagger and like try and jimmy it to pop the lock open.
You ain't popping a lot. Not the main House South Manufacts tower door with a dagger. You stood there just looking out through the gap at Zephyra. You've got maybe a minute before the guard and Azora come down if you want to say anything, or you're just going to chill there for a minute.
The pity you didn't say why, because I was going to do something cool, but because I don't know, I'm going to walk down, well, pull on some smalls, walk down, grab the sword.
Yeah.
And
You'll probably be hearing Jin a little bit too loud for latest night. Somebody open the fucking door.
Guard comes down, out of breath, fumbles on his waistband with the keys, and you can see he's kind of looking out. Didn't the other guard unlock the door? He unlocks the door.
And we'll
Ow.
look at the main guy that's been talking to me.
Push out the
And
door.
I'll sort of just do a little finger gesture, just... Come here.
Kind of stomps up the first few stairs.
What's your name, boy?
Viresh.
Probably a child last I saw you.
Just awkwardly doesn't know what to say. You can tell he wants to, like, bite back, but just can't. He's like, it's the hardest job in the world. You know, like, go out, find someone. Yeah, sound. Go out and find the heir to the clan. I'm like, I'd just fucking scoop you and run, but I just can't.
The way you approached me tonight. You know what I would have done to you had I not changed?
There would have been blood, but we have been ordered.
Show the tower while I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. But I'd suggest if you want to do some hunting, you don't do it in the city.
We've been sent to find you, and now we have found you. Vitani will be here tomorrow.
Is that how you address us nowadays? Do you not know our titles? Or is the only title that matters to you that of the Queen?
He just looks awkward.
Much to learn, young hunter. Much to learn.
Back slowly down the stairs.
Run a Don't want to see you again until you have word of my sister.
Goes back into formation. It's that active conflict of, whilst he's giving you, elements of listening to you, he's got a job to do.
As soon as that door is unlocked and that door's open, my bow is full on drawn, pointed out.
You see the others you can just see heavy breath from the number, and as you kind of look out now the door's open, you can see that there's like about 10 feet between them, where it spreads around on both sides till it goes out of view.
The bow is full on drawn.
Draws long sword, stands next to Severa.
Sword is out on my shoulder.
They won't attack. They can't afford to.
Show force always helps.
They do attack us. Don't
There'll
let
be a
them take
massacre.
me. If they try to take me, kill me.
I'll try and kill them first, if you don't mind.
Anyways, they're not going to go anywhere.
You see, as you're discussing and the weapons are drawn, you see a couple of them, heavy breaths. You can see the occasional subtle little sparks mixed in with the breath. One of them lets out a simple bark.
Any of the three that left with the guard.
Give me a perception
have
check.
they returned it? 13.
You can just about make out towards the right hand side where they dragged him off. One of them's got some blood on him, but it's hard to make out in the dark.
Seemingly frustrated, I'm going to turn around and I'm going to go back inside.
Walking backward with her in pace. Sword drawn, pointed outward.
Bow still drawn.
As you cross the threshold of the door, Wishish Moneypenny. As you
Crush.
cross the threshold of the door, you see that they all, like, in sync. Just take a foot, just like a step forward.
As they do that, not knowing what they're going to do, I'll just take the sword off my back and just draw it, just point it across, just like fan out in front of me.
Yeah, hard to say.
Inside Azura.
And just
It's difficult because it's dark as fuck and they're all silhouetted. You haven't got dark vision, have you, Azura? You can mostly just see breath, and it just looks like tall silhouettes breathing the occasional subtle spark of lightning. But there's a lot of them.
I'll look at the other guard that's inside and hopefully has locked the door after we all went inside.
Yeah, as soon as you go in, he locks the door, and you can see that he's kind of looking out.
You can send messages, can't you? No.
Yes.
Inform as many as you can. Enforce the tower, enforce the entire city. Keep an eye on these people. For they are my kin, but they are dangerous.
Where have they taken?
I do not know. But he's not coming back.
With my passive, would I have seen enough blood on them?
Yeah,
to
like you've
deduce
got
that?
you've got your dark vision. Yeah, there's like a couple of them to the right hand side in this grouping of this fence that they've formed. Yeah, two of them have got splattered blood and blood on claw. Yeah, that man's dead.
I'll put a hand on this on the guard's shoulder. Make sure to look for remains at first light.
This will hard to explain away. If they're
It
still
is.
there in the morning, Octavian won't stand for it. If he's killed a member of House Armanifax, he will likely slaughter them all.
I'll look at Severa.
It is not my wish to see them hurt. They don't know any better. But
This is a grave predicament that we find ourselves in, for you are now
It
under the
is.
protection of House Armanifax.
but
But they
it is,
encircle the tower, and they have killed.
we must wait. My sister's coming. She's coming down from the mountain. I need to speak with her.
And hopefully you can convince
She
Octavian
might be
not to give
she
the
might
order.
be the most reasonable one. She's always been. And these guys outside, they don't know any other way. They don't know any other life.
They came into the city, they caused a disturbance, and they killed a House Armanifax kinsman.
If not us, then the guard will do something about it, I'm sure.
But I can't have them attack my sister.
Maybe I can help there.
They have their orders. My mother wants me back, but they have my orders too, to tell me immediately upon Vitani's arrival. I need to speak with her. She might be the only one who I can reason with.
What if you can't?
I know my sister's scath.
It's not what I asked.
Can reason with my sister.
Not what I asked.
And if I can't and all of them get slaughtered, then we'll have to leave. For Mother will just send more. All these guys outside, I assume. I assume it was all male. Males, right?
The
All young men.
majority. There's likely a couple of females in there, but you know the
Mostly
score,
men.
so...
They're disposable. She doesn't care about their loss.
And
But she
why,
will be infuriated if anything happens to my sister.
then why send your sister?
Something was promised to them.
I'll look at Azura. We're missing
this-
a representative.
I was thinking, could this be to do with what's happening tomorrow?
She's going to arrive tomorrow.
That's all. I do not believe in a coincidence this big.
Apparently, the clan's been promised something. More hunting grounds.
If they had someone in the guild, it would give them a position in the city.
Have an end.
But if anything happens to my sister, Mother is going to bring hell to this place.
Then there is something I can do. I will speak to Octavian and say I will be his representative as long as no harm comes to your sister or your kin.
Do it now, before he finds out in the morning. Because I understand that I told him not to. I told him to let him go. But they're starving, Zora. their life and my life has been more comfortable because I'm the oldest daughter. But for the others, they're starving more often than not.
They're given control of a guild in the city. It would give them access to more land to hunt.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not good for everyone.
I can just talk some
many
sense into my sister.
I need to speak to Octavian
Please.
now.
Guardsman.
The guard.
Yes.
I need to speak
Best
to the
we-
Lord of the House immediately.
Okay.
Zephyria, will you come with me and explain what's happened? And then I
I
will
will.
explain the terms.
I will.
Thank you.
I just don't understand how they knew I was here. Someone told them. Someone informed them, but who?
Does it not seem too convenient?
Of course it's too convenient. Who would have known that I'd be here?
Who's got the power to even promise anything like that? Who's now promised to be their champion?
I don't think it's Octavian.
Octavian's got
No.
everything he's won in the palm of his hand.
I just denied him. He already... This...
You
This...
denied him, and look what's happened.
After all of this storm was already beginning, they already knew before I denied him.
That they have to travel for days to make it here from all the way up.
If that is
in
true,
mountains.
then they already knew
They
Zephyria
already-
was coming here before we got here.
Bitch. And I'll hurry up the stairs after, I guess, the guardsman. He's gonna go up.
I'll follow.
I'm right behind him.
I'm conscious we're over time. Lucy, you're going to be away, aren't you?
So I can't say for sure at the moment. It's looking like I'm going to have a double room, but I'll be by myself. But it's unsure for how long I'll be by myself. So
Okay.
don't necessarily expect session next week, but I'll let you know as soon as I know.
Okay. Well, in that case, then, are we okay to just get a conversation with Octavian out of the way, just in case you're not here? And then we can crack on from the next day, either next week or when we're back. Is that alright with you, Berg? Bergen's down.
Personal
Yeah.
Good talk.
Oh no!
We'll wrap up
Chuck
soon.
more monsters.
So make haste upstairs.
Yep.
Guard knocks on the door. Octavian comes to the door. You always wake your host up in the middle of the night.
Apologies, my lord. This could not wait.
Or is the bed not comfortable? Or
There is business that must be urgently addressed. There has been an incident tonight. And
okay, he's got a like robe on that's just loosely tied around the waist, barely
Fair enough.
barely keeping him modest.
The man's just woke up. It's fine.
Leads you into the room and just kind of sits on the sofa, goes to man spread, and then just pulls his robe over.
I just sort of pace a little bit.
As an incident,
Zephyr,
One of your guardsmen has been killed.
you see, he stands up straight away. What?
My clan have come down from the mountain looking for me.
You see, he kind of starts to snarl a little bit, shows a couple of teeth. Talk quickly.
They were sent to find me. He tried to protect me. They took him away. He didn't come back. They're sending my sister. They've been promised something, which is why she's coming down. And they've been informed that I am here.
So what do you want me to do about it? Apart from kill them, where are they now?
They're surrounding the tower, but I asked
He stomps over to the canopy and looks over.
that you leave them until my sister arrives.
there's more to this than we know, and it seems as though Zephyr's sister is here for the business that is going on tomorrow.
He turns. So you want me to leave them surrounding my tower?
They just want to ensure I don't leave. They don't know any better. They've been given orders. I'm
slow
sure you
turns
understand.
to you. Who has ordered this?
Are you familiar with Tempest Queen Callista?
Ah. I have heard of her.
She is my mother.
I will look a bit of shock at that. I'm like,
Slow turns and then slow turns back, shakes his head. You see, he grips the balcony.
You'll fight at disadvantage in the night. It's storming, it's raining. You'll lose more men than it's worth.
and there may be no need to fight at all.
Ah,
If
tell me why not.
you agree to let them live and not harm Zephyr's sister when she arrives tomorrow, I will agree to be your representative.
You change your tune to try to
Protect those I care about.
waive our murder. It's okay. I do not need
It's not-
you
It
to
is
be
not
my
okay,
representative.
and I understand. They don't. I'm just. I know it's not okay. They don't know any better.
Listen, I am not here to cause a war in the middle of the city. When your sister arrives, you best hope that she can explain this. Your colleague speaks well. I am not trying to cause a battle in the middle of the night. And if what you say is true, that they are making sure you do not leave, then I suggest you do not leave the tower. I will hear what your sister has to say.
They will inform us the instant she arrives.
But know this, it will not go unpunished.
Of course not. Punish those who did it.
Ah,
3 of them.
just waves his hand, shakes his head.
I'll turn around and I'll leave the room.
An island with palm tree. Cocktail with a fucking umbrella in it.
One day, my guy.
He just turns around
Scaff was
and
like,
follows
"Yeah,
Saphira back to the room. And he's exasperated. He's just like,
Scaff was literally about to say, one day, Jin.
Yeah.
One day.
That's where we will end the session. Well done, everybody.
nice.
A storm is coming.
The cons, they're out.
Afraid of a little lightning. I'm not often fond of what follows.
Wonder how much self-control they have.
How much self-control they have.
Yeah. Is it just a guard that's got a good morning, or?
Ooh.
I told him not to.
Saphira
Yeah,
did
that's what
tell
I'm
him not to. But
Yeah.
there
I told
is
them not
a
to, and
large number of
they have
exhausted, feral,
and they have
angry
orders
bastards
from-
standing
they have-
still currently.
They have orders from Mother.
True.
Which they've already disobeyed, so most of them are
Yep.
probably fucked already.
Yeah, they give back. Ooh, food.
But yes, well done, everybody. We will hopefully be back next week. Otherwise, we will work out what's what and what's not. Thanks for watching. See you soon. Toodly byes. Rain ASMR out.
Ciao for now.